Okay, we're beginning today's meeting, December Clear Creek BOCC meeting, December 5th, 2023. Sean's not quite here yet. He'll be here in a little bit, so we're going to get a little bit of housekeeping out of the way first. And George is online. He is in a different hemisphere, I think, right now, as I recall. But so the first thing on the agenda is administrative approval of marijuana licenses, and we've got two of them here for one applicant.
That's correct. For TKN Industries LLC, doing business as Token Labs, they're applying for the renewal of their retail products manufacturing and medical infused products manufacturing. Looking for a head nod by the board. All the departments have approved.
Okay. And your recommendation is for approval, obviously. So, okay.
Right.
With that, consider administrative approval done.
Thank you.
You have it. And the next thing is public comment. And do we have public comment in the room today? And the only thing I would wonder is if you'd want to make sure all three commissioners heard your public comment, we can take a 5-minute break. Sean had PT this morning, and he's running a few minutes late. So if you'd like to do that, we can just take another 5-minute break right now and then do that as soon as he walks in. Would you prefer that, or?
Mr. Chair, I would.
Okay, let's do that. Okay. So we got that one thing out of the way anyway. We got one minute thing out of the way. So
Perfect.
thanks, George.
Hi, everyone.
Go. So we are back in session. Sean has arrived and I think George is back up there. Is coming across.
He's still there.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is public comment. Would you like to come up and identify yourself and where you live in general terms and make comment?
Good morning. My name is Marilyn Broughton. I'm here with my husband, Jack, and we're long-term residents here in Clear Creek County, and we're here today with concern. And our concern is who will be overseeing Charlie's Place in the future?
We don't engage in dialogue during public comment.
Oh,
We
we
don't have
don't?
debate and public comment and dialogue.
You can't answer
If
that.
you have a public comment to make, then you can make that.
I guess my public comment is I'm concerned about who is going to oversee Charlie's Place in the future. It's been under the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Department,
Mhm.
and we've heard rumor that it could be going somewhere else, and we just don't know where it's going. And I guess,
Physically going somewhere else? Is that your?
no, who would be overseeing Charlie's Place if it's not going to be under the sheriff's jurisdiction? Is it going to go under the health department or someplace else? And I'm sorry if I did not have the correct understanding of public comment and what could or could not.
That's okay. That's all right. Well, that happens all the time. I mean, I think the only comment I can make back is that's good input for us to have for our team and for communication to make sure that we're able to raise public awareness about that. So,
The public is concerned about the future of Charlie's Place in a lot of areas, and that is one, is who's going to be overseeing it in the future. We know where it's been in the past. And so just thought today, it would be a good time to come and make a public comment and see if there was an answer. And if not, is there another way to get an answer to the question?
I think we're still developing a lot, but again, we don't engage in, I can say this because we've said it repeatedly in these meetings right here, and I'll say this. We don't have an intention that Charlie's Place ceases to exist. We have an intention that it will be functional and operate and still be here. And it's a matter of management and budget where we put it. And that's all. And we've said that in public meetings before. So I really can't say anything else right now without violating our protocol and not engaging in public debate during public comment. So
I do have a clarifying question. First off, thank you for coming
Right.
for us and making your statement. Are you concerned about the way that's being managed now, or are you just concerned about the uncertainty of the future, or some
Uncertainty.
combination about those?
The uncertainty of the future. Right now, it's pretty much bare bones. We have 2 employees and volunteers are doing heroic things to help. And it's just a really tough situation for everyone. Everyone's burnt out.
I recognize that, and I'll speak for myself. I'm not satisfied with the status quo. I'm not satisfied with the way things are now. And I do think changes need to be made. And there has been a few public statement or a few comments made during commissioner updates in the past. And this is a topic that you should expect to come up next year.
Okay.
It could help.
Thank you.
It would be
George has
helpful.
a comment too.
yeah, George.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Broughton, it might be helpful if I prompt you a little bit to expand on your comment. There have been conversations in public about whether Charlie's Place should report to the sheriff or to the county manager and the Board of County Commissioners. And I believe that's something that's being evaluated. Do you have an opinion on that? That might just a little bit of a prompt to help spur your public comment.
I would like Charlie's Place to be in a safe place where someone cared about it and cared about the people and the dogs, and we had better dialogue. I just feel we need a change for the future to bring about a more positive outcome for the staff and the animals and the community that supports and has loved this shelter that we have witnessed in the 15 years that we've been volunteering there. It's a community place.
I do too. Yeah.
And-
Chair, I'm going to suggest, like you said, that perhaps this be put on an agenda for an upcoming meeting for a brief discussion rather than, as you indicated during public comment, since as you indicated, we're trying not to engage during public
Yeah,
comment.
I'm just trying to go by the rules that we've set out
Yes.
that we all try to adhere to and not look like the one guy that doesn't care because I'm not engaging in public comment, okay?
Right.
Because I'm not engaging in a dialogue and showing that I care.
Right.
So, which I realize I just got body slammed and
So perhaps we just bring this on an upcoming agenda, and thank you for your comment.
yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Randy. Thank you for your
You bet.
time.
You bet. Okay. Any other public comment? Anybody in the room? First. Anybody online?
If you have public comment online, please raise your hand. Nope.
All right. So the next item we have is county commissioner updates. And let's start in the room with Sean.
I don't think I have any today.
No public comment from
May come
Sean.
up, but for now, no.
George, what do you have?
Just a couple of things. I am, as I announced earlier, I'm in Peru for the moment, working remotely, hanging out with my in-laws, having a great time. And I will be in attendance at all of our meetings and back in early January. I assume this is going to come up in manager update. A draft of the mission CIT evaluation of the fire authority has been submitted. I'm hoping either in this setting or in manager update to have a little bit of a conversation about a process on our board to deliver comments. Whether we should feel free to deliver comments directly or how that should go. Should we discuss that now or during manager update?
On my list.
It's on, Brian said it's on his list to discuss already, man. And so why don't we do that in manager update?
Okay.
That's okay.
The other thing is that we have been discussing a voluntary additional contribution to CCAT, counties and commissioners acting together, to have extra bandwidth to support a bill that would reclassify short-term rentals as commercial. This is just a heads up to you two that there is another bill out there that would, it has not been introduced, but there's a concept out there that would allow counties and municipalities to impose real estate transfer fees. It fits under the same heading of ways for counties to derive revenue that is more smart, more fair, et cetera. And so just as a heads up, CCAT may request that we allow those funds to support either or both of those concepts. I don't think we need to make a decision about it right now. CCAT doesn't have an opinion, but that's just a heads up for the public and for you two that conversation might come up. And I think for the sake of time, I think that's all I have for today.
We have plenty of time. If you have anything else, we have an item coming up that was erroneously scheduled for 45 minutes and it's going to need 45 seconds or something like that. So, or quite a bit less. So if you have anything else, feel free.
And I appreciate the heads up. I kind of have a follow-up comment, which is seemingly good ideas often have unintended consequences that don't present themselves until later. And so I would love to have some kind of a policy discussion in this room about changing how short-term rentals are taxed before we decide to fund something.
Changing how they're taxed. Yeah.
George was mentioning making a voluntary contribution for a lobbying effort for something that I don't fully understand, is I guess what I'm saying.
Well, maybe
I
we
would like
should,
to understand before I comment on it.
yeah, maybe we should set up an agenda item coming up very soon to, how soon will that be rolling around, George?
If we could put this on the agenda for our next meeting in December, I think that would be best.
The 19th.
2 weeks, yeah.
So how long do you need?
I don't think it's super long.
15 minutes? 30?
30 to be safe.
Do we have space in there?
That's also on my list.
I mean, if nothing else, we could perhaps do it during commissioner update. If it's pressing, I would rather do something than nothing.
I'm gonna need direction based on conversations that I've had with George and based on some of the comments I'm hearing here. This may be an action item.
Okay.
Yeah, where we have to declare our position or something like that.
Direction to me if we're gonna be contributing to.
Right, it should be an action item in case, we normally try to do this unanimously, but if it came down to a majority, then we'd have to be able to vote, so.
I think it's probably the case where we're making a symbolic contribution, but, actions have consequences of meaning, so I just want to fully understand it, that's all.
Okay. All right, what else, George?
I think that's what is pertinent and urgent for the board. I know we have our budget conversation coming up.
Okay, on my end, I've got just a few things here and I'll be very quick about them. I've been signatory to 2 letters recently, one from the collaborative effort and one from the I-70 coalition regarding the governor and Director Liu's executive decision to open the peak period shoulder lanes for 24/7 operation during holiday weekends this year. And we don't know what that really extends to yet until we see how they actually execute as they go forward after the Christmas and New Year's holidays. What that means if they look at spring break as an example, if they look at the 4th and Memorial Day and Labor Day, it seems pretty apparent that they're likely to blow the hours and days out of the water. And in their press release, when they announced it, they also said that they were going to be, that they had substantial data showing that they had more need for hours and days. And for those of us who are driving it on a daily basis and recognize that 24/7 operation is burning a lot of time in certain days when there's virtually nobody on the highway and it just becomes a glorified passing lane. It's really not in keeping with what the agreement was supposed to do in its intent between FHWA and CDOT that was negotiated between us. So we've just taken a position. FHWA has taken a similar position. They were completely caught off guard, and the director of FHWA said the same thing. Just wanted you to be aware. It's really important that those letters came more from the CE and the I-70 coalition than just from Clear Creek, so we didn't look like an outlier, because it was commonly shared throughout all the corridor representatives that it wasn't an appropriate move without discussion with us at least first and some demonstration of data and the idea. But in any case, it's not a violation of the agreement at this point in time because they will not run up against that wall of hours and days until later. We want to make sure they have them when they need them. Over at NOCO, we've got a lot of stuff going on over there, but basically I just re-upped as chair for one last year. So that'll make, I think, year 5 for me as chair over there. I did get down to Sand Creek this year with the Southern Cheyenne and Arapaho and spent some time with the Cheyenne down at the massacre site. And that was, again, a pretty moving experience. And I recommend people that get down to the exhibit at History Colorado. It's very, it's a place to absorb a piece of it. I think that's it. I've got one other item with Front Range Passenger Rail, which we don't really need to discuss at all. It's just a commission I'm going to, and there's some implications for the Northwest Corridor and stuff that have some implications for the I-70 corridor, but it's not really that important other than what I just said. So with that, let's go to county manager update. Brian?
Thank you. Your last and final meeting of this year is December 19th. Now, I already had it on my list just to give you a heads up. It's a somewhat of a lengthy agenda. So you're levying property taxes for 24 and on 12/19. We're bringing forward a resolution to recognize Frank Young for all of his years of service to our county. The road research team is bringing forward some revisions to our primary and secondary roads, and we're also bringing forward the romp that day. At least that's our intention, is to bring forward the ROMP to give you one last crack at comments, and we're bringing it forward as an action item, potentially have you approve the actual recreation, the outdoors master plan. So we've certainly got time to add this agenda item that George is requesting. We need to tighten it up a little bit. We're up against 2 o'clock at this point before we add that item. So it's a lengthy agenda for your final year.
The 19th.
For the 19th, for the event. And just a reminder, we do have a retreat scheduled for January 9th. That's gonna be right around the corner, and we need to have some conversations about what we want to accomplish that day
What that
also.
looks like.
Yeah,
So you'd like to have that conversation on the 19th?
probably could, or it's maybe some one-on-one conversations between I and the three
Okay.
individually. Yeah,
On that agenda, I hope to see that we have scheduled some like a lunch break. If we're gonna be here with the last agenda item is starting at 2. I'd love to see us be able to, have a half hour.
lunch. Got it.
What time zone are you in?
I'm in the time zone of the Eastern Seaboard. I'm 2
Okay.
hours later than
All right.
you.
Okay.
George did mention that I emailed the three of you this morning, the Mission CIT draft report. I emailed that also to the RFP committee that was formed of the IGA representatives that developed the actual RFP, reviewed the submittals and selected Mission CIT. So just as a friendly reminder, this was a joint effort between us and the municipality. So the consultant is working for all of us as they did their organizational review of the Clear Creek Fire Authority. So again, it was sent to that team. I sent it to the three of you, and I also sent it to Chief Babion as well. So he has an opportunity, he and his team have an opportunity to provide comments also. So to George's point, I guess I offered in the email to take your comments collectively and submit them to Mission CIT for you. I think they kind of prefer that than getting, 15, 20 emails from everybody that's involved in this, unless George, you want to do it in another way. But they certainly are wanting those kinds of comments. Any thoughts that you have with respect to their?
But they would like our board comments collectivized into one comment. Is that correct?
No. I'll send them individual. I'll collect them all, but there'll be individual comments from each of you.
Email.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Does that answer your question, George?
Yeah, thank you. That's fine with me.
Okay.
Do you foresee a process where we can, an interactive process to make that happen?
Meaning,
I mean, it would be not optimal, suboptimal if my comments conflicted with or were the opposite of George's or Randy's.
right.
That's up-
I mean, I can compile them all and assess them for that and then get back with each of you.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Mhm.
I don't see that, but I think it's important. I just want it to be a good effort.
Right.
We could always, do we have time to submit a response? When is the response due by?
They're asking for comments by December 22nd.
Easy.
So the RFP committee meets on Thursday. It's a Zoom meeting where the Mission CIT team is going to present an overview of the report to that RFP committee. Take any initial questions that folks have after having just a couple days to review a 150-page document, and then ask them for all their individual comments by December 22nd. We're probably also going to be scheduling their next and final trip back to the county sometime in January, where they will come and present the report and again, address any thoughts and comments and questions that are out there. So that's part of what the RFP committee is going to hear on Thursday.
Is that something we should consider discussion on the 19th then?
Potentially.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see how
Just in order to,
we can see how the meeting on Thursday goes. And yeah, we can talk about that.
okay.
Only other thing is I am going to take a little bit of time off over the holiday. Going to head down to Arizona on December 20th, back in county on December 30th. So that's it.
Good. I was gonna ask if you had a couch down there that I could bring my bike down there tonight for a while. Warm weather. Okay. That's it?
That's it.
Well, that was brief.
get you back on track.
Okay, consent agenda. We are only 6 minutes late right now, so we're actually doing pretty well. First of all, have the two of you reviewed them, and do you have any items that you wanted to pull out?
I mean,
None from me either. I have some comments I'll make during discussion of a motion.
Okay, so I'll read them. Number one, consideration of approval of renewal of ambulance license for Clear Creek County Emergency Medical Services. Number two, consideration of approval of Second Amendment to the Mueller Engineering Contract for Clear Creek County Open Space. Number three, consideration of approval of Resolution 23-64, a resolution to appoint a member to the Clear Creek County Board of Adjustment. Number four, consideration of approval of acceptance of grant of easement at 20 Bluebell Drive. Number five, consideration of approval of change orders associated with County Road number 170 improvement project. Number six, consideration of approval of September 19th, 2023 Board of County Commissioner minutes. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second. Comment?
Yeah, I just want to point out to the public, we have two items in here related to road and bridge, a change order associated with work on County Road 170 and acceptance of a granted easement. I just want to highlight that this is a success in my mind. During our time here as a board, we have heard about drainage issues on this road and other roads in the county. It's great to see our staff finding solutions. A lot of gratitude to the private property owner who has elected to grant an easement so that everyone in the neighborhood can have a better road. And gratitude to staff for continuing to progress, as well as I think it's true, correct me if I'm wrong, that this type of improvement is possible because the voters granted a sales tax increase for road and bridge. And so gratitude to the voters as well. Great to see our road system improving.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Before we move on, I did think of something that I wanted to bring up for commissioner update. Last Thursday, Governor Polis made a statement to the effect that local governments should consider lowering their mill levies. And I think that that's something that deserves some conversation too. I'm not saying I'm for or against it, but I think that that's, I think when the governor issues a direction like that, we owe our taxpayers a response.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think so the meeting on the 19th can just run into the 20th.
Well, you're gonna have an opportunity to do that at 10 o'clock here too.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Sean. I had intended to bring it up during our budget conversation. I think, by the time we approve a budget today, we're committing to our mill rate, at least as a county. And Brian, you mentioned in your manager update that we're going to certify mill levies on the 19th. I think that the special session has given us more time to do that. And I don't know, please let me know if you've heard or had conversation with the other property taxing entities. They may want more time to decide what their mill levy should be. I know there are a number of organizations that are in a similar situation as Clear Creek County, because the Henderson mine is in their tax base. And there are a number of metro districts, sanitation districts, municipalities, et cetera, that do not have the Henderson mine in their tax base and might have, a different outcome of a conversation around lowering mill levies, a temporary mill levy credit. So I think my point is that I'm not sure we'll be ready on the 19th to certify mill levies. And if we want to have a conversation about whether we would consider lowering mills, we probably need to do so before we pass a budget, which we're scheduled to do today.
Yeah, my own feeling is that, and I'll just throw this out right now, even though we're not set to have this, we weren't set to have this discussion, but I think it's valuable to say. My initial reaction to it is that if we lived in a place that was so generally property tax heavy in our residential property taxes, as an example, and our commercial property taxes, we had a large enough base and we were completely reliant on that, and it had suddenly jumped by some of the percentages we see, especially when you get over on the West Slope and some of the other places in the state. It would be a different conversation than when we sit in a place where we are still reeling from years of decline from a source that has subsidized us to the extent that we've been able to keep our taxes pretty reasonable. And we are still reeling to the effect that after all the hard work we've done and the belt tightening we've done, and looking and the mill and the sales taxes we've passed to try to pass the burden on to those traveling through us, that we're still approving a budget that's going to be close to $1 million in the red this year. And I don't see us in a position to be able to lower a mill levy this year and be responsible to the taxpayers, that we would be able to operate, provide services without throwing ourselves into a real harder tailspin towards that fiscal cliff. And so that's my immediate reaction. I want to throw out what I would say in the meeting. So
Yeah, can we bring this up again at 10?
That would be a great idea.
Perfect.
okay. And I'll just say what I said when we get to 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's great. No, I appreciate if you actually do repeat it at that time.
Okay, yeah. I didn't, could you give me a recording of that? Okay, we're back in regular session. We're now we're past the commissioner updates. And we'll now have an update with CTSI on county insurance loss analysis.
Are they here? I see that's scheduled for 9:30.
I'm right here. Thank you, Commissioners. Dana Foley from CTSI. I am your loss control specialist assigned to Clear Creek County. Today, I want to really go over some of the losses and claims, and just to give you an idea of where some of those trends are. And we'll start off with kind of where we're at year to date for this year, how we finished last year, and then with our 5-year trends, so that we can understand, are we gaining on our trends? Are we staying the same? Or are we creating new trends? And that way it keeps it in front of you so that you're fully understanding. Just to give you a real quick recap, thank you for being members of the CTSI pool. Just to recap for you, the pool is nothing but counties of Colorado. That's all CTSI does. Our boards are county commissioners. And so we work for you, and that is really how it works. It's not like a traditional insurance company. It's not like you're going to get a cancellation notice or anything like that. We are the pool for the counties. To give you an idea of where we're at, our CWCP pool, which is our work comp pool, is a healthy pool with a $26 million surplus reserve. Remember, surplus is not excess. That's what they have to be able to maintain and pay claims out with. With that, last year, they gave back out of that pool to the counties of Colorado. So once you put your contributions in, it sits in an account so that it can pay those claims. And then at the end of that, they set that surplus line. And then anything above that goes back to the counties of Colorado. We gave back out of that pool $3 million back out to the counties. Out of the cap pool, so that's your property, casualty, liability, sheriff's liability pool. That's a healthy pool with $15 million reserve. And last year we gave back $1.5 million to the counties of Colorado. And when that money's sitting in an interest account, it's earning interest. Okay. that interest was also given back to the tune of $1.1 million to the counties of Colorado. So what did that mean for Clear Creek? That means out of the CWCP pool, Clear Creek got back $84,842. Out of the CAP pool, they got $26,806. And that interest, they got $22,103 for a grand total of $133,751 back. So I always say, where in the county budget do you ever get to spend the same nickel twice? It's right here. So ultimately, my goal is to keep the claims in front of us so that we can look at ways to prevent them. And if we do have claims, what are the root causes and contributing factors so that we can put measures in place to hopefully not have a repeat of it. So with that, you should have received 3 different packets of information. One would be the 5-year loss analysis, the other would be a mid-year, and the other would be the year end of 2022. We have also broken this out for the sheriff, where it's just the sheriff's claims, so that the sheriff can see exactly where the losses may be occurring within the sheriff's department as well. Okay, with 2023 at mid-year, and that would be from January 1st through 6/30 of 23. You had a total of 11 claims for $21,000 on the CAP side. Your biggest trend in that was auto-related claims. With that, how do you compare with the rest of the pool, your peer counties? Auto is the #1 exposure for the counties of Colorado, auto-related. With that, on your CWCP, your work comp side, you had a total of 7 claims for $36,000 so far year to date, but 9,000 of that was slip and fall claims. And one of the big things that we're really trying to push is making sure we've got correct footwear when we're in the inclement weather, and making sure that we're getting that message out to our employees to ensure that they're wearing proper footwear. There's not a big change in trends for the year end from 2022. Again, you had 14 claims for a total of $2,559,670. And one of those claims, 14 claims for $38,217 out of the comp. And one of those claims was an indemnity claim from lifting a rock. Indemnity claims are the ones where employees are losing time, so you're paying lost wages as well. And then that has a big iceberg effect where now you don't have an employee working, so everyone else is picking that workload up, or those tasks may or may not be getting completed at that particular point. So with that, we'll jump into our 5-year loss analysis. And when we look at our charts, we can see how we've all of a sudden had a spike on our CAP. This is the casualty pool. We had a spike. 18 and 19, we were pretty flat. 20, we started to bump up. And then 21, we jumped way up. And then 22, we're still off the chart there. So then CTSI, we break this out into what are your top 5 frequencies and top 5 severities in terms of the departments, which departments were having the most. And road and bridge, generally speaking, from the pool standpoint, road and bridge and law enforcement are your 2 biggest exposures on the liability side. And part of it is the auto exposure aspect of that. Road and bridge had 30 claims. Law enforcement had 25, followed up by admin. And you think to yourself, well, why would admin have 11 claims? Well, admin could also be property claims as well. So all of your property is under the admin category. And then you do have 11 claims in your ambulance service as well. And then the top 5 on severity is the law enforcement. Again, that was a cap on that. You're not going to see one of the claims was settled in 23. So the spring of 23. So you're not going to see that reflected in here because you're only seeing from January to December of 22.
That was a question that I had, was I was looking at the numbers here on the charts and I'm saying there's obviously something that is booked on 23 that we're not seeing.
Absolutely. And so you will see that number reflect next year when I bring back the 5-year loss analysis. You'll see that full effect of that particular claim that occurred. The biggest thing is I tend not to look at those catastrophics. The biggest thing with those is all the counties of Colorado have learned from that as well. And it's looking at root causes, again, root causes, contributing factors. What can we do better? And how can we move forward with that? So again, that's a benefit of being in the pool because we all learn and we all can experience that as well through others. So that is a message that has been pushed out, but I really want to concentrate on the bigger drivers of the losses of the pool, which you will see as we progress through this. Go ahead.
Before we move off of this slide, a couple of questions from me. First off, is this dollar amounts or what's the unit here? Is that 2,869 in claims for law enforcement, or is that a bigger number?
That is 2,550,000. And that was what was currently on the books at the break point of December 31st, 2022, when we pulled this report.
So that had to do with incidents not related to any settlements in 2023. Randy already asked that. Thank you, Randy.
Partially it did.
I see.
Can
So the
you
rest of
explain-
that's in 23.
Yeah. So if you flip over to the next page, you're going to see kind of the breakdown of where some of the where those dollar amounts and the claims. So it would be one more page.
Sorry, that's me. I'm trying to figure out where you at.
Keep going one more right in here.
Okay.
Now you're going to see the breakdown. And as you go through, it's going to have the number of claims, the severity of the claim, and then what that average cost incurred is. And where that's important is on the next page after that, you're going to see actually 2 more pages where it says 3 of 3. You're going to see that breakdown of 83 claims for 3,185,034. Your average cost of that claim, and part of that is going to be because of that one claim, is going to jump you up to a $38,000 average cost. As you flip over one more page, you're going to see how the pool is from there, and you can see that fatality claim, as well as some others that have happened in the state, have raised that to the highest severity in the 5-year loss average is the fatality related claims for counties.
By a lot.
Yeah. And that's sitting at with the total counties of the 5 years, last 5 years is 19,432,616.
Of which we were about between a 6th and a 7th of the pool.
There's quite a bit in there. And
That was
again,
and that was before 2023.
yes, sir. So. But as you look at it, when you start to add up and you go down there and look at all of the auto related claims, we start to creep up on there as well. And that's why the number one cost driver and the number one frequency driver for the pool, as well as you can see with the county, is those auto related claims. So with that, a couple of things that I have for recommendations, and the good thing is the county's been pretty proactive with this, and they actually brought me up and we did a defensive driving class with a number of your departments and drivers within the county. We did it 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon to minimize interruptions to county services. But as an added additional bonus, they got a certificate, and hopefully some of them took it to their personal auto carrier and potentially got a reduction on their personal auto as well.
Where do you conduct that training? Where do you conduct that training?
I conducted it right here,
Okay.
right here at the county. Doesn't cost anything. It's classroom. It wasn't a hands-on. The other nice thing about that as well is we can offer that to the sheriff. And if the sheriff deems that driving class acceptable, that can also count towards the sheriff deputies post-certification training classes as well. It doesn't cost anything. It's free. You call and I'll haul up here and we'll do the class. The other thing that I also have seen, a couple of counties are considering putting dash cams in some of their higher exposure vehicles, including road and bridge vehicles, because of how the conduct of what they're seeing of people and the way that they're reacting around the plows and equipment and stuff like that. And again, having some of that footage helps the claims department be able to help go to bat for the county. So that's another recommendation. And then another one is I recommend really having a no backing policy, because as we could see on page 4 of that packet, we had 7 vehicle backing claims. This is just backing claims, 7 claims. And overall, that accounted for about $17,000 right there, just backing. So having a no backing policy where they're doing a pull through or backing into a parking spot instead of out. Now, don't do that on a diagonal, because then you're going down the up staircase, that kind of thing. And then the last recommendation for the cap side of things is I would recommend that the county consider instituting a countywide safety committee, something where you can have a collective that can understand claims, look at those root causes and contributing factors, and apply those learning lessons to the rest of the county. CTSI is more than willing to come in and help get that established, should you choose to support that. Any questions on the cap side of the 5-year loss analysis?
I have a comment. Brian, you just missed a comment about recommendation regarding the potential for us to set up a safety committee for educational and loss minimization purposes. I'd love to, I'm not asking you to respond to it right this second, but some kind of follow-up on that.
We're already talking about it
Okay,
internally. Yep. It's already on our radar.
Yeah, before we move to workers' compensation, I have a couple of questions to make sure I'm understanding this report. The automobile related claims are inclusive of every department, correct? So that's when a human services worker is out there, as well as when a police officer is out there, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I would love to see, so then when I'm looking at this and I see the top 5 in severity chart, that law enforcement number is inclusive of automobile. Am I understanding that right?
That law enforcement one would be all cap claims. So to really get a breakdown of that, if you go to page 5, and you'll see the breakdown of the law enforcement. Keep going down just a little bit there, right there. There's your breakdown of the claims and the number of claims. So you can see that you have a vehicle backing, 3 claims for $4,500, average claim $1,500. Vehicle emergency pursuit incident, you had 2 of those for $14,000. Vehicle rear end, 2 claims for $6,700, et cetera, including striking animals, but also in there is arrest related hail and wind. And hail and wind could be damage to property, it could be damage to the vehicles, et cetera. So
Okay, thank you. So the thing I'm struggling to understand, you stated that it's accidents that are our largest loss driver. Um, and I see fatality as $2.5 million.
Right, in the
Um,
cap, you are correct in the cap claim. The accidents in terms of, it's your largest loss driver because of the frequency and severity together. Whereas in the fatality, you have low fatality, but it's a high severity. So there's a less frequency. Thank goodness there's a less frequency and a high severity of that. Whereas when you look at the number of vehicle related incidences, and then when you couple that with the overall pool, and that would be on page 6, if you start to add up as you go down, vehicle strike pedestrian, vehicle jackknife, vehicle rear end, vehicle ice, vehicle fail to yield, vehicle strike animal, vehicle emergency response, backing, and we start to add up all of those, it very quickly shows that vehicle related incidences are by far the highest severity and the highest frequency.
I understand that. And that's looking at it from a going to Vegas probability theoretical discussion.
Mhm.
But when we look at the hard facts on the ground, when we look at the actual number, by far the largest number, if our total was, just a little over $3 million and 2.5 million of it came from that one
Yes, sir.
severity, that severity outweighed all of the frequency of everything many times over. And the thing I was looking at was, I don't know how many counties and what their population and their budget is. It's and the size of their operations reflected in this pool. But we equal 14.9% of the, we managed to equal about 14.9% of the overall losses in that fatality category. Before 2023, we're going to be seeing a really interesting number next year when we look at 23.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And again, I'm not discrediting the severity of the claim, of the fatality claim that occurred. But what I don't want to do is lose sight of the other things that are really driving some costs for not only the day-to-day and the year in and year out for the county, but also for the health of the pool from that standpoint. When I think about the fatality and some of the lessons that I've heard other counties talking about, is that now they are really looking at, when they have multi-jurisdictional responses, that they now have a better understanding of their use of force protocols and how they are operating when they have those multi-jurisdictional responses. Because if you're not used to working with your neighbors all the time, and as our resources become more scarce and we start to share our resources and share our responses, it becomes that much more critical to make sure that everybody's on the same page. So that's a huge positive that is coming out of this.
And I understand that what you're looking at is the frequency is means that there's a low probability. And we can't lose sight of the fact that if we solve that problem where we don't have those fatalities, so where or frequency of one can dwarf everything for years.
Absolutely.
We still have, people are still going to be slipping on the ice and spinning out on the intersections if we don't teach them how to drive and be careful.
That's exactly where I'm going with that. Because I don't want to lose the sight of the other things that are hurting us and costing us money.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And Randy, I'm in a similar frame of mind here. I think what I understand now is that your previous comment was with respect to the pool, it's accidents that are driving loss. With respect to our own, it looks like it's about 80% of our claims were from a fatality. And just to be explicit here, that was not the killing of Christian Glass. That was a different fatality, correct?
Right.
Yep.
Okay. And so my follow on there is, I hear you saying you tend to, in your model, assume that claims like the fatality claim are infrequent, and therefore a big claim like that might not make our rates jump. But what I want to understand, kind of land the plane under understanding is how does the spike that you showed where I think it's 1,000% that our claims grew. How does that materialize in terms of our ongoing premiums?
So certainly that's going to be into the underwriting and in that rate setting, but you are assigned a loss rate factor based on how much you contribute in and how much you spend. And I always say, I'm going to give everyone that's listening the best insurance advice ever. And that is, you buy the promise, but don't use the product, and that keeps your insurance down. However, you're buying the promise, and the promise is there to cover you, and it has covered you. It's shared. It's a shared risk. However, you will experience an increase with your loss rate factor that's applied, and that calculates into the contributions that you go through. In the traditional world of insurance, that could push you, a severe incident could push you into where you would need to go in for excess and go to the excess and surplus markets and things like that, or that, they may non-renew. The pool doesn't non-renew. That you are in the pool, you are part of the pool, you are a member, and any single county in this state can have the same claim. It doesn't matter whether they're a big county or a little county. And that's the advantage of being part of the pool. And that's one of the reasons why the pool was created, because as we are starting to see with the hard market, and we're starting to see with some of the effects of the 217 and the loss of immunity, those types of things are starting to really show itself to where it's not favorable for the standard markets to be in that law enforcement liability realm. And that was why the pool was created, because the counties were getting discriminated against with the major carriers, and they weren't treating them fairly. So
Does the pool reinsure some of their excess liability, or do you own all of it?
We have reinsurance as well. So you have, and what reinsurance is the insurance has insurance. So that way, if we do hit those limits and liabilities and where that cap is set, we do have the ability to go out and have that. But that has a cap as well.
Mhm.
And then that also has that also could potentially have some expenditures to that as on top of that.
I have one other question. Maybe it's a better question for Carl at another time, but I'll ask you since you're here and have the expertise. Backing incidents on the fire department, the newer trucks all have cameras, and I think that makes things a lot easier to see where you're going in situations where you can't drop someone out of the car and be your backer and spot you. Is that something that you guys have best practices around?
I would highly recommend, as you upgrade your fleet, that you consider having that. Now, the challenge with that too is we know that we get what I call the snane, the snow, the rain, the dirt up on that camera, and you can't necessarily see and rely on it all the time unless it's cleaned regularly and things like
Depends on
that.
Yeah, it depends on the unit.
Absolutely. And I spent 18 years in the fire service as well. And I understand that, having a backer is a key, especially on those tight spaces. And particularly when we start to see that we lose an ambulance or something like that to a wreck, that's taking a valuable public resource off the streets because of something that may have been able to be avoided simply by dropping a person out back, or even asking somebody, hey, can you back me up?
There's a few like this. I know my GTI is that on the vertical space on the back of the door on the hatchback, the handle that lifts it up is actually, it's also a cover over the camera. So it comes up like this and knocks the snow off and creates a shed over it. And the thing's always clean back there. You can always see no matter how much grime. And it's like a little secret door that opens up and there's a hidden camera under there. So
That's a first.
it's not the only one, but
That's the first I've seen. So, well,
it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Fool me. I didn't know what was going on. I thought my handle was broken the first time I looked at it. Anyway, I'm sorry. I
Are
don't
you
mean to,
suggesting
I digress. Yeah.
staff needs to be in GTIs?
You can't take your car inside.
So, any other questions on the cap?
I think not.
Okay. All right, so moving over to the workers' comp side of things, you can see our graph looks really good. We started off at 2018, 19, little bump in 20, 21, even during the COVID years, we dropped. And that is not the normal. Normally, what I saw during the COVID time is I saw a slight spike and increase with a lot of counties. So you're actually looking really well as compared to your peers from that standpoint. So once again, and we look at our 5-year, we had a total of 63 claims for $106,766. Pay attention to our $1,695 average claim cost. When I look at the pool as a whole, their average claim cost is $7,747. So that is meaning that when your employees are getting hurt, they're not getting hurt as severe as what your peers are as the pool collectively is. And that's also a testament to good return to work programs and good claims management as well. So kudos to that, as well as who your medical providers are, because they're kind of the gateway and the key towards taking care of your employees. So as we look at same thing that we did with the cap, we have our top 5 frequency and severity in which department. Generally speaking, law enforcement and road and bridge go hand in hand. You've got a little bit of that trend with the severity, but in the frequency, we have quite a bit with our ambulance service in terms of getting hurt from our ambulance service. Then we can flip over and we can see what was that top 5 frequency and severity in terms of what actually caused it. And we look at that slips and falls. There's our slip and fall, 12 claims. We look down at the severity, $18,000 worth of slip and fall claims. And then that lifting claims, $40,000 of lifting, and that could have been the body mechanics. It could be just overall lifting. Both lifting and body mechanics as well come into there. It's really about how you're interacting with your environment. One of the ones that really concerns me is the training aspect. And sometimes I see that as to where sheriffs are sending their new deputies to training in an academy. And one of the things I would have been encouraging sheriffs to do is, if you have a training related incident, tell us where it was so that we can start to track that and give good feedback as to good, better, best on the academy of where to send somebody.
Like where is it actually happening?
Correct. And
Like
most
outsourcing your injuries.
correct. If you've got it going at ABC Police Academy versus XYZ, and XYZ is having a lower frequency of injuries, that might be the preferred vendor that you send them to from that standpoint. As we flip over, just like you saw with the cap, it kind of gives the breakdown of the different departments and what the claims were and how much those claims cost, and then the average cost. And so you can see, and you can look down into there and start to see where some of those slip and fall claims and the severity of those, as well as the lifting, body mechanics. And then the other big thing too is that anytime we have an auto-related claim, a car accident, something to that effect, sometimes we can get hit on both sides of the equation. We can get hit on the comp side and the cap side of the measure. So those are double whammies as well. That also wasn't considered when we're looking at just linear auto-related claims, but the true exposure is that we could also have work comp claims as a result of that too. So, and then as we look, just like with the cap claim, we have how we compare with the rest of the pool. And we can see that slips, trips, and falls are our number one claim throughout the pool as well. Again, looking at that proper body mechanics. Biggest thing is proper footwear. You guys are up in the hills. You have a completely different exposure than our flatlanders out there until it gets windy and starts making snow on its own and drifts, etc. So, any questions on that?
I have a quick one. There's one claim category here that I'm curious about. I see a couple of claims related to training. I'm looking on page 1 of 3 of the, let's see here, page 11 of the PDF in the packet. I see training, 2 claims, $15,000. What can you tell me about a claim related to training?
Is that under the law enforcement?
Yeah, right at the bottom of the screen there.
Okay, so that's out of the detention center, so that could be part of the academy. Let me take a real quick, I've got some real rudimentary information on.
I guess my question while you're looking at that is, I assume this is an injury that occurred during training. And I assume it could fit into any of these categories related to lifting, slip, trip.
What I have here in my data is one of those occurred during arrest control training. And the other one just says training injury. So as to where that was, again, I don't have the information as to exactly where that claim occurred. And that was one of the things that I would like to start to see on those first report of injuries when you make a comment, or at least in your supervisor incident investigation, as to potentially where those claims occurred. But that is the example of what they were doing, is they were training either on control techniques, something to that effect, where it is a hands-on type of training and it ends up injuring a deputy.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
My last question, just how do you compare, or how would we compare ourselves to other counties in terms of loss mitigation? Is that something that you guys, an analysis that you could conduct and present to us, or what's our best way to try to wrap our heads around that?
One of the best ways is to leverage CTSI's loss control to help you with some of these trainings, supervisor trainings. We certainly have the expertise to come in and target certain areas of loss exposure, but also setting up those processes like what I was talking about with that safety committee. That safety committee will yield an immense amount of benefit, because it breaks down some of the silos that oftentimes how the county operates in general with the different departments, but then allows for all the departments to be able to learn and look at, do I potentially have that same exposure in another area? And can I apply this technique or policy change into that department as well? And then you've got the ability to track that and track those corrective actions to ensure that if they need budgeting, then you're working towards getting that budgeted. And then whose responsibility is it? What's your target for getting it completed, and being able to see progressively, how are we doing to make those changes? And I think that'll yield. And once that's in place, I would put you in the top tier of the counties of Colorado, because that's been one of my messages, is really trying to get countywide involvement of understanding and having that vested interest.
So what I hear there is that you tend to look at efforts to reduce risk as a way to compare counties rather than outcomes, right? Rather than trying to do like an analysis of the data of claims.
Yes, sir. The analysis with the claims really comes down to frequency and severity, and which we break that down into that final page where it shows you on the cap side and on the workers' comp side. And that's why I talk about the pool in general, because we kind of look at what does the pool need to work on? Because you are a member of the pool as well, and you would expect that your members are all have a vested interest in reducing your top frequencies and severities from that standpoint. And utilizing, I mean, the big thing we've been pushing is that defensive driving class, no backing, fleet safety policies, safety committee, and really good incident and accident investigations. If you feel that those incident and accident investigations that are being reported are not as robust as they should be, that's where I can come in and really help train staff, train your supervision to be able to be effective when they do that stuff. So.
Thank you for that. That's helpful.
Anything else? Well, with that, commissioners, thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I would just say before we move to the next agenda item that, and I sent Maria an email to this effect. I think one of the things that we need to wrap our heads around as we discuss our fiscal future is what we expect in insurance premiums. And I don't know if there's a way to have a more dedicated briefing on how we project those premiums to increase based on some of our recent claims. I think that's an important piece of information and would love to hear from staff. I'm not asking this right now, how you all would compare us to other counties. Personally, I'd love to see some kind of an analysis of losses between maybe similarly situated counties, or you all are smart enough, not smart enough. You all are more well prepared to conduct an analysis like that than I. So
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to when I was looking at when I kept pointing out that we haven't looked at 2023 yet, and yet we see that we're already 15% of the entire pool in the fatality area for previously, and it's a significant piece, even though it's a low frequency. It's something that I'd like to see, and I'd like to be able to project our future in premiums to know what that real impact is going to be from 2023. But you're right, we're not prepared. Now, we have about 5 minutes until our next action item, which is a public hearing.
Commissioner, if I may, I could have our executive director contact county manager and have that kind of premium discussion with that as to how that is. I do know that at the winter conference last week that we did have preliminaries out. And so I'm sure Meredith would be more than happy to help solidify some of those numbers for you.
I think predict our future and also know where our past is, where it's placed us in the big picture. So be good. Okay. So why don't we take about a 5-minute break here? Because our next item is a public hearing and on a resolution 23-58. And it's our budget hearing. And so I think we need to do that one on time. So we are off till 10 o'clock. break instead, so. Okay, we're back about 7 minutes late into the, back in our, BOCC meeting. For our next item is a 10 o'clock public hearing, consideration of approval of resolution 23-58, a resolution adopting a budget and appropriating sums of money for Clear Creek County, Colorado for the calendar year beginning on the first day of January 2024 and ending on the last day of December 2024. Maria Ostrom.
Thank you. And I see the podium was moved, so I won't stand for this one. I'll sit here if that's okay,
Good,
commissioners.
that's
But I'll try to be concise still, even though I'm sitting down. We are not adopting a mill levy today. I know there's been a lot of talk about that, and I wanted to start with that. With Senate Bill 23B001, there has been a change in the deadlines. You are required to adopt your mill levy by January 10th. You are required to certify all the mill levies for not only the county, but all of the taxing districts in the county by January 17th.
I have a question regarding that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Granted, we're not adopting a mill levy today, but we're adopting a budget that is based on projections, that's based on an anticipated status quo in the mill levy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So there are we kind of like paint this. So could we be painting ourselves in a corner today in doing this? And I'm not suggesting we should not. I'm just saying that we are taking action today that has implications for our decision, aren't we?
It does have implications, but you aren't painting yourself into a corner because you can always amend the budget. You can always make a different decision and amend the budget anytime. We also, I would like to give some information about property tax and as Commissioner Wood stated and you two confirmed, the public does deserve some information on property tax. There's been a lot of talk about it, and we will bring you more information on the property tax at the December 19th meeting. We're waiting for the assessor to finalize her numbers. We've done preliminary analysis, and with this Senate bill applied, this new one that just was passed and signed by the governor at the end of November, residential countywide is looking like it will go up about 7% countywide. Now, some areas of the county are going to go up higher than that. Certainly in some of our areas with much more expensive, larger homes, they will see a bigger increase than 7%. But on the whole, it's looking like it's going to be about 7% countywide. And that's
including commercial, residential.
That's residential.
Buying by use.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. That is residential. So what homeowners are going to see on average, once this new Senate bill is applied, they're going to get a new notice. On average, they'll see a 7% increase from last year.
That surprises me, having seen the preliminary data from the assessor that had many neighborhoods in the 40% plus range. Would seem like there would have to be a lot in the 0 or negative to bring it down to 7.
So when I looked at different areas of the county, certainly on the eastern side in Evergreen, where we have some of our much larger, more expensive homes, they're going to see an average of 28, 29, 30% increase. But when you look on the western side of the county, smaller homes, smaller lots, older homes, some of them will see 2-3% increase.
And that's because of the relief they're getting from the bill.
It's
in part,
correct, but it's also market value, right? The very first indicator, the very first measure is how did the market value of your homes change in your neighborhood? If you think about any sales that may have occurred in your neighborhood in the last couple of years, how did those sales prices compare to your market value? That's the very first input. And we just had a lot of movement in these expensive homes on the eastern side of the county, and it really drove the market value up.
So in an area where the market has not appreciated as much, and you take a chunk out in relief, you're getting a bigger percentage decrease to what you would have been paying without that relief in the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
The chunk was relatively small though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But
if you
remember what it was, George?
The
The actual dollar amount that got shaved off of your assessment?
The number I have in my head is 50,000.
It's 55,000.
Right.
So it was 15 for the notices that went out several months ago. Because of Senate Bill 22-238, it was 15,000 for residents. That's been changed now, and it's going to be 55,000 for residents. So you'll get a new bill, you'll get a new notice, and instead of having 15,000 shaved off your market value before you start the assessment process, you'll have 55,000 shaved off.
Which could, go ahead.
Because you live in a $300,000 or $400,000 house, of which there are
Right.
not many. that's a percentage if you live in a
Yeah.
7-figure
15%.
house.
If you live in $1 million home,
5% or less.
right? The other thing that's changed between the two Senate bills is the assessment, the residential assessment ratio. It was going to be 6.756%. It's now dropped to a flat 6.7%. So that also helps
But
in lower what you would be paying
Yeah,
taxes.
if you're looking at something like a $550,000 home on the west end of the county, which is a pretty typical type of a home, then you're getting a 10% break. And if you only had a 10% appreciation this year, you pretty well broke even.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. But you raised a really good point, Commissioner Wood. So if we look at some of our other property tax categories, the natural resources metallic, which is basically the mine, it's going down pretty significantly yet again for 2023 payable in 2024. We're seeing a drop of another 21.7%.
Wow.
So, you know, that
In 1 year.
in 1 year, in bottom line, that hurts, right? If you think about natural resource metallic property tax generated in 2015, $14.3 million. In 2023, due in 2024, it's going to generate $1.5 million. That's that squeeze that's happening on us and those hard decisions that have to get made about, you know, what services are critical and important and how do we move forward. Which, you know, makes it hard to think about and consider, should you be dropping the mill levy? The other thing I wanted to point out, and again, we can get into a lot more detail on the 19th, and I'll certainly work really closely with the county manager to make sure that we're bringing you enough information that you can make a really well-informed decision and give us good direction. But also, I don't want to overwhelm you with data, right? But just looking at the levy report from the Department of Local Affairs, DOLA puts it out on all jurisdictions in Colorado. So their 22 report, our total county mill levy, not just ours, but like the library district, the school district, we were at 76 mills in 2022. The average statewide was 86. So we're already lower than the average statewide. It's really hard to think about lowering the mill levy, but again, that's something that we'll have to bring you a lot of information so you can think about. I would like to go ahead and present the budget today if you're okay hearing about it. Again, you're not boxed into a corner. You can always amend the budget and change it.
I mean, and I wasn't suggesting for a second that we put this off today. I just wanted to be fully transparent about the implications of today's decisions on our deliberations in a couple of weeks or whenever.
Right.
You know, that when we set the mill levy, what we do today does play into it, because the choices we have to compensate for a drop in the mill levy would be to either further reduce the budget and services and expenditures, or to operate at the choices we're faced with, or operate at a greater deficit than the under 1 million that we've dropped to, or to not change the mill levy, because your current projections, where we have reduced our deficit spending from an original projection of around $3 million, 2.9 or $3 million of deficit spending for 2024, you've managed to reduce to around 900,000, something like that. And that's a really big deal, but that 900,000 could grow if we spend everything we said we were going to spend today and reduce the mill levy, because your projections are based on everything you just told us, right?
That is
All
correct.
these, your expected increases on the east end, on the west end, the $55,000 credit that people are getting on their assessment, all that stuff,
Mhm.
value there. So, correct?
You are correct. Yes.
And I mean, it seems like we're already talking about this, and my contribution is going to be fairly brief, I think. I personally don't think I'm going to be in a position by January 10th or January 17th to make a recommendation that we change anything. There's a lot of uncertainty next year with the savings with JeffCom, with how the property taxes are all going to pan out. And we can revisit this next year, can't we? Right? I mean, we'll have a lot more information a year from now or 10 months from now or something like that.
Right.
So just to tell people, I mean, we need to go through the exercise. I'm just not confident that we're going to have a compelling case to make any changes this year.
I think it's a good thing to go through the exercise. We've seen plenty of evidence that there are that whether we hold these meetings and people have the opportunity to dial in or not, that we see a lot of misunderstanding of things that are going on. And I think the more open we can be and the more information we can give on this subject, it's a pretty hot topic, and we'd like for people to know why we do what we do.
Right.
Before we move off this topic, just a couple of comments from me. I know I said this earlier, but I think it's premature for us to consider certifying mill levies for all of the property taxing entities in the county on December 19th. I suspect they want to have a similar conversation, and not all of them include the Henderson mine in their tax base. And maybe in a different situation. Sean, we were talking about your neighborhood having larger increases. The Evergreen Fire Rescue is an example of a property taxing organization that is not experiencing the losses from the Henderson mine. Just one example of many special districts that levy property taxes. So I would suggest that we not put the mill levy certification on the agenda for the 19th. And that we give our partners more time to have their conversations. In a different, I would encourage all of us to try to make sure we have situational awareness around those organizations and what they're up to. I will do my best to do my part and share what I'm learning. And then,
George, can I comment on that for a moment? Because I think I may have created some confusion this morning when I was talking about our January 19th, December 19th meeting. You want to cover that, Maria?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Because it's good for the public to know this too. We're not going to certify the mill levy on December 19th. We're not going to ask the commissioners to do that. In fact, the districts don't even have to get us their information by that date. We have scheduled the certification of the mill levies for January 16th. Because the date deadline is January 17th. So that gives all of these districts the max amount of time to get us. Now, there is, the calendar says that they all need to adopt their mill levy by January 10th. And so we are expecting that a lot of districts will take right up until that date to adopt their mill levy. And so then we'll do that work between the 10th and this meeting on the 16th. We'll do that work to prepare that spreadsheet and that document where you're reviewing and certifying the mill levy. And I know, we're kind of getting hung up on words here, and but just a little bit of a technicality there. So we will ask you to certify on January 16th to be in compliance with the state deadline of January 17th.
okay. And then so our step on the 19th that you're suggesting is for us to decide what our own mills should be for our government.
Correct. The other thing that you will do on that date, if the assessor's ready, is certify the value. You're not doing anything with mill levies. She's going to present to you, here's all the values that I've calculated, and I'm asking you to certify the value of these properties. If her software changes are implemented in time, she would like to make that deadline if she can.
On what date again?
December 19th for the value of the properties. This is not the tax, this is not the mill levy, but the value of the property.
Well, that's just the facts of life, isn't it? We're certifying the facts of life in that case.
Are the facts as they stand, right, at that date?
As well as we know them.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so today we have a budget hearing. The notice of today's hearing was published in the Clear Creek Current as required. Proof of publication is in your packet. The proposed budget was provided to the commissioners in electronic form on October 12th. And then there was a work session on November 7th where we answered several questions, received direction and input from the commissioners, followed up with some information, answered more questions, and then we find ourselves today at today's hearing. Could you go to the next slide for me, Megan?
And it would be my preference if we could have a special attention called to the changes that happened, because this is obviously not the first time that we've seen this. I know the public deserves to probably have at least some level of coverage of all of it, but things such as the sheriff's budget, which I think had some changes, I think it's worthy to point out what those were.
Okay, you got it, Commissioner. All right, so we began in April of this year with a retreat with the commissioners, received a lot of good input and direction on how do we solve our budget deficit. what are some of the things the commissioners wanted us to consider and be sure to address as we were starting to develop our budgets. I'd like to point out in the middle of this process here, on the timeline, you see the community meetings. This was something, a lot of emphasis was placed on this year. We haven't had a large outreach and engagement in the last couple of years with the community, but really tried to make an effort to reach people in their communities and schedule meetings at night and have a dialogue and a discussion. And those were pretty well attended and really informative in the process. And then we find ourselves to here today on December 5th with a budget hearing. Next slide, please, Megan. Here are all the funds. We have 12 county funds and then 2 component units, special district funds. And this is just showing you the revenue for each one and the expenses that are included in this budget hearing today, and what we'll be asking you to discuss and make a decision about. In total, 48.4 million is recommended for the 12 county funds and about 839,000 for the Emergency Services General Improvement District and the Housing Authority. Now, 48.4 million, how does that compare to the proposed budget book? It is slightly lower, just a couple $100,000 lower than the proposed budget book in total, but some moving parts, and we'll go through some of those changes, Commissioner, as you pointed out, because it is good information for the public. Next slide, please. Oh, it doesn't want, there we go. Okay, so here's changes from your, if you were to look at your proposed budget book and look at the bottom line today, what's changed? Well, the biggest changes would be in the sheriff's office. So we have a total of 5 FTE reductions between the 23 and 24 budget. We had a lieutenant retiring, and sheriff's office decided that we didn't have to replace that position. And that person has subsequently retired a couple of weeks ago. We had some other changes and moving parts in the sheriff's office. We talked about the fleet operation. We've been talking about fleet for several months now, you know, whether it made a lot of sense to buy a brake lift for Road and Bridge and buy a brake lift for the sheriff's office when they're just a couple miles apart, the 2 fleet shops, and does it make sense to run 2 complete separate fleet shops, or can we gain some economies of scale by consolidating that? All told, the sheriff's operating budget increase is going to be 5% is what we're recommending today, or 382,000. And in your proposed budget book, that was a 12% increase, or a $1 million increase. So a lot of good work there. Rebecca and I met with Under Sheriff Stein an entire day, just went line by line by line. And not only did we look at spending, but we looked at revenue too, to really make sure, are we being realistic for each of the revenue items in the sheriff's office? And we made some adjustments there. In our capital improvement plan, we added in the unauthorized trail access consultant study work. We heard from the commissioners at the 11/7 meeting that you wanted to see that into CIP, so that's been added in. In ARPA, we added $25,000 for a GOCO grant match to do a study on critical biological resources. And then various departments around the county, we refreshed and updated the personnel costs. And I'll give you an example. For the most part, these refreshments or these updating of these numbers caused the budget to go down a little bit. So in the assessor's office, we had a change in personnel, and the assessor was splitting a position between their office, and then part of the time was working in the county manager's office and working with Beth. When that position was vacated, Beth and the assessor and the HR director met to talk about, you know, what's needed moving forward. And they were able to make a reduction in that position. Like, what do we really need this person to do when we replace it? So they were able to reduce the position to 20 hours a week, no benefits, which made a difference. And the budget actually went down because of that. So those are the kind of things that we updated in the budget. In facilities, we added a maintenance agreement and updated some of those costs. And then in the capital portion of the budget, we moved the vehicle purchases that were showing under the sheriff's capital. We moved the 270,000 plus out of there and put it in the debt or leases line item. Now, we know that the commissioners have not made a decision on leases yet, but you did indicate that you were willing to have that money in that line item. And then we owe you a presentation on that and a discussion about whether or not leasing is the right way to move forward. But we know for sure that you don't want us purchasing vehicles right now until you actually decide on whether we're going to purchase or lease.
With vendors ongoing about that.
Yeah, we've been dialoguing and getting estimates with different vendors, multiple different vendors. Yeah, and banks actually. So we can present to you kind of our best recommendation and see what the commissioners believe would be the right way to move forward for the county. The other thing is in the CIP plan, we removed the washer dryer in the jail. There was a $7,000 item in there to buy a new washer dryer. Rebecca, our grants administrator, found a grant that pays to convert gas to electric. And my understanding is the sheriff's office has wanted to get rid of the gas line down there for a long time. So this is a really good opportunity to maybe, kill two birds with one stone or get more accomplished for the same. So what we're going to do is we pulled it out of the CIP plan. We're not recommending that you approve it in the budget, but when we get more information about this grant, when we've applied and we know more about it, we're going to come back to you and probably ask for a budget amendment at that time.
Mr. Chair. I think George had a question.
George, did you have a question?
I did, thank you. On the change to take vehicle purchases out of the capital plan, I presume if we decide that we do want to continue to buy vehicles with cash rather than lease, we would need to then make a supplemental appropriation to meet our needs next year.
No, because I moved it. I moved it out of the capital line item, capital outlay, and put it into the debt. So the money's still budgeted. It would be appropriated if you approve it. But if you decide not to lease vehicles, we would need to move the money back to capital outlay. It's there, it's in the bottom line. It's just not in the right line item.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. All right, so that's the extent of the changes in the general fund. Again, heavily focused on the sheriff's department. A lot of good progress made there. How some of these changes impacted our other funds. Emergency telephone. We have a tower lease that we receive revenue, and then we also have to turn around and share some of that revenue per agreement with a couple of families where that tower is physically located. So we moved the revenue and the spending out of the general fund communications department and we put it into the E911 fund. It probably should have been there anyway. The second thing we did is we updated some personnel costs in the ambulance fund. We've had some people come and go since the November 7th proposed budget presentation. We also made sure that we kind of dialed in real tight overtime as well, make sure that we had a really good number in there. In public health, this was another area where we had some good progress here. HR director worked in conjunction with our public health director to really evaluate when they had a vacancy in one of their nurse positions. What do we need moving forward? So the decision's been made by Dr. Ryan that he can replace the full-time vacancy, but actually can eliminate a 16-hour-a-week position. So that will help the public health fund. And then in our health clinic, we've been chasing this HRSA grant, this $1 million grant, and really trying to get the right to spend it. Rebecca has gotten wonderful movement on that, and I am so pleased to report to you that we now are the proud owners of 3 completely electric trucks, Ford Lightnings, 2 in our public health department and 1 in our ambulance department admin truck. And that was all purchased with the HRSA funds based on that amended budget that we had to submit when we knew that when we found out that we can't just simply put $1 million on the building, we weren't going to be able to do that.
So we
So-
applied that money elsewhere.
Yeah, we submitted a refreshed budget and part of that refreshed budget was to buy some vehicles for people that operate out of that building and for people that provide medical benefits to people in our community. That funding could be used for that.
I just want to say they put a tremendous number of hours into making that happen. So kudos to both of them for.
Yeah, Rebecca's
helping us
amazing.
Recoup that $1 million. And that was a lot of hard work on their part.
Yeah.
Where it was a big disappointment when we heard we couldn't do it, that we're
Yeah.
I also want to
late on the
mention,
grant, and early on the construction, so.
I also want to mention just gratitude to our federal elected officials for their support in this process. Congressman Nagoose and Senator Hickenlooper in particular made sure that their staff were on top of this, supporting us.
Yeah.
Right, they have been actually from the very beginning, they've been kind of trying to fight back and figure out how to make sure we still got that, so.
Yeah. Okay, then let's talk about full-time equivalents or employees and where do we see some changes going on between 23 and 24. As a reminder, adding 2 CCHAT to bring that total group up to 4 in 2024 people. We did apply for that third source of grant funding, GROC. We don't know yet. We don't have a decision yet, but we are crossing our fingers and hopeful we're going to get it, and assuming we're going to get it. We're converting a contract billing person that works and does the ambulance billing for us, has for years. We're converting that person to an in-house 0.8 FTE, adding a caseworker in our human services fund. About 80% of the caseworker's salary and benefits is recouped from the state. So that's good news there. And then in the sheriff's office, the 5 FTEs being reduced. It's laid out there for you. You can see where the changes are. All told, a net reduction countywide of 1.2 FTEs total overall. Any questions on FTEs before I move off this slide? There's a lot of information here, and I know Commissioner Marlin, I think you were asking about FTEs recently.
I was asking to see in an email the org chart with the FTE counts in it that appeared in the original draft of the budget book. I have since found it. Thank you, Brian, for helping me find it. That's so that I can ask questions about or understand what's happening with Charlie's Place. We can discuss that later. I think my comments for this page are just to point out to the public that increase in human services is a caseworker. I believe the Human Services Department attempted to reduce FTE counts for Child Protective Services caseworkers and discovered that they do indeed need that position. And I just want to highlight that. I support that change. I'm grateful to the Human Services Department for giving it a go and working extra hard during that period of time when they didn't have that help. And I hope staff takes note that this board is supportive of lessons learned, right? That it's okay to experiment, try to do without. And then if you find you can't and you can present a compelling argument, then it's not attempts to find savings don't have to be permanent if they don't work, is what I'm trying to communicate. I hope that makes staff more willing to explore creative solutions.
Okay, so we still owe you some stuff. We're not done with these things. You've asked for these things on this slide, and we owe them to you. So we wanted to point them out and remind you that we are aware and we're working on it. One, you asked for the jail study scope, and Sheriff Understein is Under Sheriff Stein is working on it and going to get that for you, commissioners. You may recall in the unfunded items on the capital improvement list, a rec yard repair of 30,000 is on that list. There was discussion about whether or not that should be pulled into possibly being funded by ARPA. And I think where it got left was we want to see this scope. We want to look at the scope, and then we'll make some decisions about what's going to get funded and when. That leads into the second item. There's about 150,000 left in ARPA that you have previously allocated to potentially be used for the jail for improvements, remodeling, and repairs, but waiting again on Stein, Under Sheriff Stein, to bring back to you a little bit more information. They had presented a proposal on November 7th to spend, I think, 180,000, but you asked for some information before they move forward. So we owe you that. You're still waiting on that. We talked briefly about vehicle leases. We owe you a presentation on this, and we hope to bring it to you in the first quarter. It's sounding like we might do this in February after our new sheriff has arrived. So we hope to get that back to you in the first quarter. And then finally, you had asked about financial duties that are being performed in the sheriff's office and asked if those could be moved into the finance department. Again, Under Sheriff Stein is working on that and trying to figure out how we can move 20 FTE hours out of the sheriff's office and put those in the finance department so that we can take over those duties. So we owe you all of these items. Yeah, about 20 a week, right? How do we move it out of there? All right. Okay, next slide. This is just for those who might be interested, this is how the general fund shakes out with the recommendations and all the changes that we've made and the things we just talked about. Here's the picture of the general fund. I tried to make this PowerPoint a little less spreadsheet, a little more graphic, because I know spreadsheets can get kind of overwhelming, but these are the FTE counts by department in the general fund and the amount of money being requested in the budget. Next slide, please.
And this is a good example of
Oops.
anybody watching this and previous conversations, why we spend so much time working with Under Sheriff Stein. That's the majority of the costs.
50% of our budget is the sheriff's office, right? Okay. Here's the good news. I can't emphasize this enough. This makes me feel so hopeful. We are looking at an operating deficit of just a little over $900,000 now, an ongoing operating deficit. This was 2.9 million at the beginning of 2023. And I know that there's been a lot of hard work done since 2015 when the mine first announced that they were going to drop their production. I know commissioners in the past and even the current commissioners, you've done a lot of hard work to make sure that there's money in the savings account. There's something to carry us through the next several years, but this is just amazing. And for me, one of the things I like so much about this is all of this was done in a way that was pretty invisible to residents, right? All of these changes were done in a way that we didn't drop service, reduce service. And that's amazing, really, to kind of set us on the right path without negatively impacting residents.
I have a question. The removal of the ARPA carryover, that's a one-time thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and
It's not a sustainable help.
correct. And if you think about ARPA now, this will be your third year in a row that you're budgeting ARPA, but we can't keep respending it, right? We just aren't done spending it. Yeah.
And so what I'm looking at right now is that that's a declining reserve of its own rather than a sustainable source of income, of revenue. And so that if we project out over the long term, we're still at that roughly 1.4 level, negative 1.4. To be responsible, it feels like we have to think about it that way, that's the hill we're still climbing
So that
to reach a net zero.
that could be one way you could think about it, but also in that 1.386 million, we're planning to spend 467 of ARPA, right? And we're not gonna spend it every single year moving forward. So when you look at the general fund financial model, I don't have 467,000 a year built in for the next 15 years. I have it built in to spend it in 2024 and we're done. That expense drops.
So you're saying it zeroes itself out.
Correct. You got it.
There's another phenomenon that I've noticed, and it's a good one. Our actuals often come in under the budget. And can you comment on how that trend has played itself out over the last 2 or 3 budget seasons to inform us about what might happen in 2024 also?
Yes, for the most part, departments are pretty darn good at sticking to their bottom line and even ending the year a little bit under their bottom line, a little bit less than their bottom line. And you are correct, Commissioner. In fact, many departments did that in 2022. Some didn't, but many did. And that does help us moving forward. If we are planning to lose $900,000 and we're planning to use up 900,000 of our savings, but then we have a lot of departments who don't quite spend everything that they were allocated in their budget. We won't use up 900 of our savings. We'll use up less than that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
How did last year, sorry, Randy, how did last year play out in terms of, I think the sheriff's office went over what their budget was, and how did the rest of the county do?
I'm going to have to look that up. I don't want to answer that off the top of my head, but I wish I was prepared with that answer.
Sheriff in the corner who went over.
Yeah.
But in some respects, I think we expect them to come in under budget because there's gonna be turnover.
Yeah.
We're not allowing them,
Vacancy savings.
we're not allowing them to spend their vacancy savings and that's happened in one department, but so in some respects, we anticipate we're gonna have some kind of savings just from turnover alone.
I think some of it is the culture. It's not like this is a large federal organization where you need to spend all your money, you won't get it next year, and no one's gonna notice if you operate like that. I mean, people notice when that happens around here.
That's small enough to see it.
I would like to go back to 2 things I want to mention. I want to go back and just push back only a tiny bit on the ARPA logic a little bit ago. I think some of that ARPA funds some of those ARPA funds that we have scheduled to spend, we are spending on things that we wouldn't want to do without. That's my recollection. There's a few places we're able to use it to do some really good work that we do want to still accomplish. So if we want to continue to accomplish some of that good work, it's going to require that we find that money from somewhere when we stop receiving that. When we can no longer book it. The other part, though, that I think is on the bright side is that I just wanted to talk for a minute about, just mention, not talk for a minute about the JeffCom move. It's one of the reasons we've considered it so heavily is that when we saw that we're getting down to $900,000 of that really big hill that we had to climb, and the JeffCom move can save us somewhere, and I'll use my own numbers here because it's floated around a little bit, but $250,000 to $500,000, somewhere in that range that we believe we can save. That's a really big chunk of that 900,000. We're really starting to get close to, $500,000 maybe left, and we can get close to zero from there then soon.
Yep, that's a good point. You're reminding me of my father, Commissioner. He used to always wear his prescription sunglasses so he could read the screen.
And I wanted to look cool.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, so here's our general fund picture. We've shown this graph several times and we keep updating it for you. I made one little tweak. One of the commissioners, I can't remember who now, made a really good point about the Tabor Reserve, right? Our true bottom threshold is the Tabor Reserve because we're never going to go below that. So I've changed the fund balance one to say available fund balance because that preserves the Tabor Reserve. True zero is we don't ever go below that. So one more click for us, Megan. So our fiscal cliff moved from 2034 out to 2035 now, but we have the Tabor Reserve built in. Right now, Tabor Reserve is about $850,000 that we can never go below that. There are some in state statute, there's some reasons you could tap and spend that. It's pretty difficult. It would have to be a super catastrophic event happening and not economic, but a real bad thing happening in our county. So let's hope that we never have it.
I think another way that I look at this is if you look at the lines, they are kind of parallel, which means there's a systemic issue that needs to be figured out that we have work to do. And so at some point we need to increase revenue so the green line grows to the red line, or we need to decrease expenditures. And as soon as we do that, there is no fiscal cliff.
Mm-hmm.
And that presumes, this projection presumes that we don't do that. And I think
Right.
the intent is that we will.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The other thing that's built in here, that's a really good point, both of you commissioners. The other thing that's built in here is the assumed 3% increase for staff every single year, right? Average inflation is built in here, and you can see that the lines are parallel for the most part. Occasionally, the slope changes in 1 year, and I can point out specifically what's going on in the model in that year. But yeah, it's hopeful. It seems like this is solvable. We can fix this, right?
Yeah,
and
it's not a silver bullet, but it's going to make a difference.
It is, and we can do this. We can do this by 2034, 2035. It can be done.
We've also always said from the very beginning, this is not an emergency, right? We see it coming. So we have a responsibility.
Right. But this is sort of, I look at this picture, one interpretation is we're in the plane and we're heading toward the hill, and no one's pulling up on the stick, and we're going to auger into the side of the mountain.
There's only one engine on fire.
In 2034. And that's not true. That's a lot of time to figure this out.
Yep.
Although, I have one more year in office, and I would love to get most of the way there by the end of
I've
next
used
year.
that line on projects before. The engines are on fire, but we can see the runway.
Yep. That's the extent of the items that I wanted to present for the commissioners. Happy to answer questions, provide additional info. Mr. Chair.
George?
Yeah, a couple of things that I've written down here. First off, I want to point out, and correct me if I'm wrong, Maria, I see in this year's budget 2 FTEs related to dispatch being reduced that are currently vacant. And it makes sense not to budget those because of the decision that we made to move to JeffCom. However, that means that some of the savings that we expect are already built in, correct?
Yes, to moving to JeffCom.
Yes.
Yes, some would already be in there. That is correct.
That's a good point.
Okay. Wanted to make sure I was understanding that correctly. I also I want to point out, we had asked for an org chart that includes FTE counts to be in the budget book, and I know it was in the original proposed draft and was removed. I prefer, for the sake of transparency and for my own ability to be able to open a document and understand it, that the final budget book we approve has that information in it.
George, so that's in every budget book that you adopt. It's just not in an org chart format. It's by department. It lists out the FTEs.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, there's a big difference in understanding what your county government does for you between seeing that the sheriff's office, for example, has 67 FTEs and seeing that the sheriff's office has 2 investigators. And you know what I mean? So I have a fairly strong preference that that be added back into the budget book that's published. And I wouldn't want to not approve the budget today based on that. So I guess maybe this is a question for Peter. If we do approve this budget today, can we approve this budget with direction that the budget book that's published include that information?
Would you want the information to be brought back for review and approval?
I don't need to review and approve it. I don't intend to direct to staff that, for example, if they decide they need another animal control officer and 1 less patrol deputy, that they can't do that. I guess I shouldn't say staff because that's in the sheriff's department, but yeah. Does that help?
Go ahead.
As long as it's broken out by, I'm sorry, still not used to our vernacular, by department. So you've got a sheriff's office that shows each department and what FTEs are in that, whether it's an org chart or a list. That's what you're looking for, correct? I would prefer not to show it like the org chart that we put in there because it's so difficult to read. I think it's easier when you list it out. You can see X number of investigators, X number of et cetera, as long as it's broken out that way.
I mean, my preference is to have the book look the way it did when we saw the first draft.
So the problem with doing that is that the chart that you're talking about is not an official county org chart. So it would at least need to be made clear that this is simply demonstrative and not reflective of the county organization, because that's a completely separate matter. The county has an approved org chart that was approved by the BOCC about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, actually. So you don't want to confuse that, and by including it in the budget book, it could be looked at that is possibly an official org chart, and that's not what it is.
How about putting the official org chart in the budget book, which we always do, and then on department pages, we have a couple of sentences about accomplishments in that department and kind of what that department does, an explanation of what that department does. And then on each of those department pages, we could list the names of the positions, the titles of the positions, and the number of people in those positions. Does that work? So like on the investigations department, it would list investigators 2 FTEs, lieutenant 1 FTE, for example. Does that work? So it wouldn't be an org chart, but it would list the titles and the number in that position.
And then the official org chart would be in, and it's really pretty hard to correlate those 2 different documents, and they probably wouldn't correlate exactly.
Yeah, there's been so many changes since the official org chart was adopted in 2020.
Might be a little confusing.
The official org chart currently doesn't reflect an HR director, for example, in an HR division.
Right.
And yet, in practice, we are working towards that. And I know that the board is considering potentially reorganization of the org chart. And so including it in the budget book for 2024 may not make sense.
It might be out of date within a month or 2 anyway.
It's already out of date.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's not current.
Right.
Well, I believe we have to put for the budget that we file with DOLA, we have to have an org chart in there. So I'll put the official one in there, but I want to make sure that I'm being responsive, and the county manager and I want to definitely honor this request and make sure that if I'm a resident, I can go look up finance and see the names of there's a finance director, there's two AP specialists, right? I can
Right,
see-
that's important, I think.
Yeah.
That's a good piece and that will be current. It will reflect what we are today.
Yeah, we could certainly add that to the department pages if that works.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling kind of stubborn and maybe I don't need to be as stubborn, but our budget and our organization is complicated. We do a lot. If there's anywhere that you can really look in one page at a glance and see what we do, it's the very wonderfully produced documents on pages 7 and 8 of the first draft. And I could do a screen share so that people who can't put that up in their brain can see it.
That document's so hard to read, George. That's part of the problem. I think a list is easier to read and that could be done on 2 pages.
Oh, yeah, because you're looking at 200 positions, 210 positions, and they're going to be encapsulated in individual lines, numerous positions.
I don't have a strong preference one way or the other.
Is there something on this 2 pages that you believe is a message and a takeaway that this is what you want to make sure that we're showing to residents, the message and the takeaway? And can we handle that in some other way to make sure the residents are getting the message you want them to see?
Yeah, I mean, one option that's in front of us is just if we have an officially adopted org chart that's not our actual org chart, maybe we need to officially adopt an org chart that's accurate, and then we can publish our org chart that's accurate. But my real goal here and my pushback on having it broken down on the department pages is I'd like for somebody to be able to see all this information in one place rather than have to page around to try to understand it. Part of this is I've been reflecting on our town halls where we say, hey, we have a financial issue, we have a fiscal issue. We want to know what kinds of services you value, what kind of services you think you can do without. And people don't understand our budget well enough because it's so complicated to really give us good feedback. I think seeing a page like this really would help a person at a glance, whether it's graphic or in text. I don't have a strong opinion on it. I prefer the graphic version, but I don't intend to insist on it. What I'd like to see is all of this information on the same page somewhere in the budget book.
Respectfully, oh, sorry. Respectfully, I would like to see the board discuss the chart and approve it rather than it go in as is. As you know, I have objections to the way that chart looks.
The chart that George is referring
Is
to?
referring to. I think it sets out an inaccurate description. I think that the information can be put more consistent in the way with the current org chart.
Okay. Yeah, if there's a desire not to put the graphic version and use text to describe this, that's fine. As long as it's in the same place, I can live with it. As long as that information is in the budget book and all in the same place in the budget book. And if you want to repeat it at the department pages as well, you are welcome to.
I think what George said that's really important is that at a glance. So if you can put that in a way that within a couple of pages, people can get a clear picture of who works here and where, how many in each one of the kinds of positions here. If you can do that in a couple, 2 to 3 pages where people can really open it and see it, then we've accomplished that goal.
Okay. So that is one of the things I wanted to discuss. The other thing that I want to discuss is the Charlie's Place budget. In our budget hearing, I don't know if this was board direction or just a comment from me. I stated that I preferred to see Charlie's Place funded next year at the amount that was in the budget this year. I know that I believe that was underspent because of policy decisions that were made in the middle of the year. And I know we're not talking about a big difference.
We added that in the salary line, right? So we added that number back into the salary line. And we did that somewhat purposefully. That way it's salary. It can't be spent unless it's being paid to an employee. So it's back.
So we're funding it at the same level, whether we spent it last year or spent it this year or not.
Correct. We didn't.
We're anticipating rectifying some shortfall by doing that.
If there is a short. We don't know there is. That's what we put it in salary line.
I might be misreading. I look at page 36 of the budget book in the packet, salaries and wages, animal services, 2023 budget, $158,000, 2024 proposed, $131,000.
When you say you're looking in the budget book, are you looking in the proposed budget book?
That's the original.
Because that was the original from October 12th that was provided to commissioners, the proposed book. So in the budget hearing today, we've moved the salaries back to 158,000.
Isn't that in the appendix? Shown in the appendix.
The appendix, I don't believe breaks out animal
Oh, gotcha.
department, but I'll have to look. I think it just shows the sheriff.
Okay, so this is an outdated PDF.
No,
No, the proposed budget book is correct. That's what we handed to you for on October 12th. We gave that to you. But subsequent to that and before today's budget hearing, we took your feedback and we took that 130,000 plus and changed it back to 158. So it would be equal to the 23
So
budget.
You've added it below the line. Okay.
Yeah.
And that would go back into this line right here.
Goes into salaries, correct?
It'll go back, so this number, the final, the 24 proposed or the 24 final will show 158,577, whatever in that line.
Right, in that line, yeah. It'll be exactly the same as 23's budget.
Okay, then thank you for clarifying that. I was a little confused by that. So the budget that we're approving today is not broken out in the packet. Is that what I'm understanding?
If you look at Appendix A, you have something called Appendix A.
Yeah.
I gave you division by division the budget so that you can compare that to the proposed budget and how it might have changed. So Appendix A, General Fund is the second page of Appendix A, I believe. And in your packet that was provided to the commissioners for today's meeting, I think it's page 237 of your PDF is in the packet. At least that's where it was last Friday when I looked at it.
Which of these documents would it be? With the final PDF?
Page 237 of the PDF,
Oh, the whole thing?
the whole thing.
Okay.
Sorry for delaying.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's good. It's
It's-
very important information. It's good to know these things.
All the time in the world.
So I'm just comparing these documents really fast. Okay, well, with that stated on the record, I'm happy to proceed. Thank you for making that change. I recognize that that's not enough. That change doesn't reflect an additional FTE. I think the status quo right now, when I look at that org chart, which is part of why I wanted to see it. Let me get back to that because I moved off of it. Currently, we are budgeting for the animal shelter to have a manager, an assistant, and an assistant manager, 3 FTEs. Is that correct?
We are budgeting 3 plus.
Three
So the 3 that were there with the 138,000 or so, and now we've added another 25,000 to bring it back to the 23 budget. So it's 3 plus. It's just that they don't physically have 3 FTEs there. They're not trying to hire a 4th right now, but you wanted the budget restored, so we're restoring it.
Okay.
How that manifests in practice and who they hire, I believe they took that 3rd FTE and I think they've posted 2 part-time FTEs. It looks like Under Sheriff would like to speak, maybe.
We've made an offer to hire on a part-time. We have made an offer to hire on 1 part-time. We took that 1/3 FTE and offered it as a full-time as well as 2 part-time to see where we would get movement for hiring on staff to support the shelter. And we are making an offer or have made an offer on a part-time 0.5 FTE.
Okay, and so the result, if that offer is accepted, is what's the staffing level there?
then it'll be at 2.5, and we will still recruit for the other part-time 0.5 half FTE to get us equal of 3. And then we budgeted the extra 20,000 for in case we need to contract or support anything additional. If there's any stopgap losses or need to increase that staffing. It's not an FTE, it's just a contract flat, no additional benefits and such.
Okay, thank you. And I know we're not gonna solve the Charlie's Place budget in this budget hearing. But I
No.
want to just kind of know where we're at today as we move into next year to look at that. So, okay, thank you for answering those questions.
Yeah, that's, I was thinking the same thing, George, that basically $27,000 roughly, or a little under that, is not gonna solve the problem.
It's not going to solve the problem, but if I may, they've been down this person for a long time, right? They've been operating with 2 people, even though the budget was there. They've had a vacancy, right? And so,
We know what the problem is.
yeah, filling the vacancy certainly got to help a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess maybe just a final comment. To have it be exactly the same reflects, a real-time loss, right? Because I presume that the 3% salary increase would apply to this department as well. I don't intend to hold up this budget approval based on that 3% difference. I just want to note it for the record so that we know when we're talking next year that this line item did not receive that 3% increase.
Good point.
But it did,
It does.
it's got the 3%.
3%.
3% was applied across the board to all county employees, all county FTEs.
So the
Okay, so
the 3 FTEs that were budgeted in your proposed budget book have the 3% in them. The 27,000 that we subsequently added from the November 7th presentation, that doesn't have a 3% because it isn't really tied to anything, right? It's just restoring the number back to 158,000.
Well, you're going on current operations and what we have in place right now. And I will acknowledge, I'll accept it in good faith or at face value, what you just said, Brian, that we don't know that there is a problem. I can appreciate that's maybe unproven, but we also have plenty of comments from people who are working there on a volunteer basis that see a difference and feel that there is a problem keeping up. And so I guess we have to reconcile that situation, and then the reconciliation of that situation, one way or the other, may imply that $27,000 isn't enough. It's certainly $27,000 isn't going to buy an FTE, so I just want to point that out. It's an ongoing project to work on.
yeah, and adding 3% isn't gonna fix it either. So I just want to kind of, while we're approving this budget, establish where we are with that situation. That's my intent here. So I'm happy to move on to another topic. I want to go back to the conversation we were having about whether or not approving this budget is de facto deciding that we are not reducing mill levies. It was pointed out that we can always adjust the budget later if we do choose to reduce mill levies. To make sure that we all understand what that entails, that would entail publishing and posting another budget hearing, correct?
You are correct. You would have to publish for a budget hearing. That is correct.
Okay, and so if we did want to have the option to have the opinion that mills should be reduced, how do the mechanics work around working that into a budget with the timelines for posting hearings, et cetera? Are we painting ourselves into a corner? I'm just going to ask that question one more time that Randy asked earlier.
I don't believe you are. We have to publish in the newspaper. It's not that difficult to publish. We just need to make sure that we do it. But I think the work would come on the commissioner's part. If you want to reduce the mills, I think we need some direction from the commissioners on where are we going to cut to accomplish that, right? Do you have enough time to really think through that and be thoughtful and careful about where do you cut? you're going to reduce the mills.
Or how much do you transfer from fund balance?
Right.
But then the other conversation is, are we gonna get back? And they're trying to write legislation that gives you the authority to give it back, but is that legal? Is that gonna get tested? Is a future commission gonna wanna restore mill levies at a later date and raise property taxes? Concerns us greatly if we head down that road to cut our mill levy.
Haven't other counties reduced their mill levy though? Like Douglas County just to just go around.
Boulder County.
But they're not in the situation that we're in.
That was my point earlier.
Yeah, and I don't intend to restart that debate. I just want to understand very clearly that we're coming into our next meeting with the option to do that. My opinion right now, with the information I have, knowing that our total assessed value is only increasing 7% for residential, is that that's probably not what we will end up deciding. So, but I also don't want to enter into that hearing and think or hear that it's too late for us to consider that. That's all. That's what I'm trying to establish right now. So, and I think I have. That's the extent of my comments on the budget at this time. I know we've discussed this multiple times throughout the year, and I'm very happy with this budget. I'm very happy with the work and the progress that's been made.
You too.
Okay. So. What else? Do we have to present?
Nothing else to present?
Statements or,
No, finished. Thank you.
We just need a motion since it's an action session, yeah?
yeah, that's what I'm looking for next.
You ready for that?
And also
Yes.
just, if there is any public comment to ask specifically because it's public hearing. Did you say that already?
I did not. Thank
The
you.
motion.
Before the motion?
Yeah, before the.
Okay, well, let's do that. Do we have any comment regarding the budget at this time? Public comment in the room? Public comment online?
I do have a person raising their hand.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Maria. This is Tracy calling with DHS. Quick question, and maybe I missed it. There was a suggestion for an approval for an extra caseworker for the Department of Human Services. And when looking at the proposed budget versus the budget that they're looking to adopt today, I see that it seems to be across the board. There was no change from proposed to current.
Is that in one of the exhibits, Maria, or was it in there?
Yeah, it's an exhibit A is what I'm looking at.
So in the proposed budget, the caseworker was in the proposed budget, the adding a caseworker.
Right.
So human services wouldn't change from the proposed to today because the caseworker, the additional caseworker was in there. Right.
You've already put the caseworker
Right.
in the proposed budget that we had.
Correct. The changes that have been made subsequent to your proposed budget mostly relate to the sheriff's office. Yeah, caseworker was in there
The very beginning.
and from the
Okay.
beginning. Yeah, in your proposed budget.
Okay, so it was in there from the proposed budget. Because I
Yes.
caught it out of the corner of my eye and I saw it in a slide today that we were adding one additional caseworker to human services. And that was not
Yeah.
something that I had seen in the proposed budget previously and not a change that I've seen in what is being adopted today. So just clarifying, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, we had a budget, the budget that we had been presented for 2024 on the 12th, October 12th, I think.
Correct.
Did include as many of the requests as we considered at that point. At a subsequent meeting, we requested more changes, and those are what's in the exhibits right now. And so that caseworker, what Maria's saying is a caseworker was already in there. So thank you for the question.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone else online?
Nope.
Okay, that said, do we have a motion?
I think you should close public comment.
Oh, yeah, public comment is now closed. Thank you. I got a pro sitting next to me. My wife was unavailable.
I move we approve resolution 2358, adopting a budget and appropriating sums of money for Clear Creek County, Colorado for the calendar year beginning first day of January 2024, ending the last day of December 2024.
Before I second that motion, I want to understand, does that motion need to include language to incorporate information about FTE counts as we just previously discussed, or can that just be done via direction?
Looking at
We
Peter.
promise, we'll do it.
Peter, you're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion's fine.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Before I call for the vote, I just want to issue a disclaimer. The comment I just made about Sean, my wife would never have sat here and bothered me at all. She's never done that at any meeting, and she's very, very reasonable and would never do that at home either. In case this is being recorded.
I wasn't intending to bother you either.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, commissioners.
All right, so now. Yes, we got that's three, don't we?
Yes.
Now sitting as the Emergency Services District, moving out of BOCC into the Emergency Services District. Our next item is consideration of approval of Resolution 23-01, a resolution adopting a budget and appropriating sums of money for Clear Creek County Emergency Services General Improvement District, Clear Creek County, Colorado, for the calendar year beginning first day of the year of 24 and the last day of 24 through that. Maria, again.
Nothing more to present, Mr. Chair, just what was in the proposed budget book for this component unit. Emergency Services GID is what is before you today.
Okay. Do we have any public comment?
Nothing online.
Okay. Public comment is now closed. Do I have a motion do I have a motion?
I move we approve resolution 2301, a resolution adopting a budget and appropriating sums of money for Clear Creek County Emergency Services General Improvement District, Clear Creek County, Colorado, the calendar year beginning the first day of January 2024, ending the last day of December 2024.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Can I point out real quick before we move to the next item? There's 71,000 in estimated revenue from other sources. I believe that is projected interest from fund balance. Is that correct?
It's not only interest, there is also specific ownership tax that comes through the clerk's office, gets collected when people like relicense and title their vehicles. There's a portion of that that goes there as well.
Okay, and that's new after our change to our investment policy, correct?
The investment allocation is new. You are correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to point that out for the public.
Okay, moving out of the Emergency Services District Board to the Clear Creek County Housing Authority. We're now sitting as the Housing Authority. Our next item is consideration of approval of Resolution 23-03, a resolution adopting a budget and appropriating sums of money for Clear Creek County Housing Authority, Clear Creek County, Colorado, for the calendar year beginning on the first day of January 24 and ending in the last day of December 24.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No changes from the proposed budget that was presented to you for this component unit on November 7th. No changes since then.
Any public comment?
Nope, nothing online.
Okay, seeing no public comment, public comment is now closed. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve resolution 23-03, a resolution adopting a budget and appropriating sums of money for Clear Creek County Housing Authority, Clear Creek County, Colorado, for the calendar year beginning the 1st of January 2024, ending the last day of December 2024.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Any discussion, first of all? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now moving out of the Clear Creek Housing Authority, and we're going to, and sitting as the Board of Health, we're going to hold a public hearing to consider approval of Board of Health Resolution 2023-01, adoption of amendments to the Clear Creek County on-site wastewater treatment system regulations. Peter Lichtman.
Thank you. This is a public hearing because under the OWTS regulations, it must be a public hearing where the public has an opportunity to comment on any changes to our regulations. It is a one-time public hearing. We don't have to come back. This is a resolution that we're modifying.
Right.
And what we're doing is simply updating the penalties consistent with what we've brought to the board in the past, such as on the animal control regulations. We are updating the civil penalties and removing any criminal penalties that were outlined in our regulations to be consistent with legislation that passed last year. So the only modification is to the penalties, and we removed any criminal penalties and references to those statutes and left the civil penalties. So that is the only change, but because the statute requires a public hearing, we wanted to ask the board for an opportunity to offer whether people had public comment on it, and then we would ask that the changes be approved.
Okay. So I think the first thing to do is, thank you for that explanation. The first thing to do is ask if there's any public comment. Seeing no public comment is now closed. I guess first, do we have a motion?
I move we approve Board of Health Resolution 2023-01, adoption of amendments to the Clear Creek County on-site wastewater treatment system regulations.
Second.
Okay, do we have any discussion?
I would just like to comment that notice was properly published in the paper consistent with the statute.
Okay. I have no discussion either, so discussion item. So we have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So our next item, now sitting back as a Board of County Commissioners and leading the Board of Health, is a work session regarding derogatory road names. And the road research team is to make a presentation today. Who do we
Back on
have
time,
to
too,
do
huh?
this? We have Matt Taylor coming out.
What else is joining me? Okay. I'm just trying to get on the meeting right now, so. Good morning, still, yes. Bear with me, I'm gonna just get on the meeting here. Not that I have a whole lot to share on the screen, but just for the public to share the memo. There we go. Thank you. All right. All right, apologies for the delay. Okay, all right, so yes, I'm here on behalf of the road research team. The road research team consists of John Butcher, Alexis Erhot, Peter Lickman, Fred Rolandhagen, Carl Schell, Stoy Streepy, myself, and Julie Wissenend. So we basically we meet once a month and discuss road issues or road concerns. And so several months ago, we had a request from Brian Bossart on your behalf to come up with a game plan or a process to consider renaming 3 roads that have derogatory road names in the county. So we're here to kind of share some of that. But before we get into that, I was going to provide just a brief background, hopefully, on what's happened so far. So in 2021, the Board on Geographic Names renamed S Mountain to Mestehay Mountain. The change, it basically the term, I'm going to say it once and then try not to say it again. The term squaw is a dated and derogatory name against Native women. And so that did occur in 2021. In Clear Creek County, even though the name of the mountain changed, we still have 3 county roads that have that name in it. Those consist of Old S Pass Road, which is also County Road 170. That road has 49 residences. Another one is Little S Pass Road. That road has 8 residences. And the third one is S Mountain Trail. And that road has 17 residential addresses along it. We'd also like to talk to you a little bit today about Colorado 103. That has historically had a reference as S Pass Road too. Now in the GIS and the assessor side, we have addressed all the addresses along that section of road as Colorado 103. So we don't have any addresses along S Pass Road.
That's been for some time, hasn't it?
Yes, dating back prior to my time. So yeah,
Okay.
for a long time. And so while we don't really need to, in my opinion, go through a readdressing process for that, there has been historically some signs up there that say S Pass Road. And what we would like to do is get formal approval from you guys to go ahead and remove those signs that say S Pass Road and replace them with Colorado 103.
I think my recollection was that we made that request. I know I made that request at a meeting and I thought we had agreement to do so since we already knew that they were, this has been a couple of months ago that they were
Yes.
pretty offensive. We just asked if they could be.
Yes, we wanted to make sure that we got approval from all 3 of you to do that.
Okay.
So that's
I
all.
thought we discussed it here, but or brought it up here at least.
So is that something that that we can just, I mean, I don't think we need a vote or anything, but just a verbal commitment from you guys that we'll go ahead and get Road and Bridge to replace those signs up there, S Pass Road with Colorado 103?
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Check 1. All right. So a little bit more on the background. We have a county road naming and renaming policy, pardon me. And that gives the board the authority to change or assign road names. It also allows for the mapping department or site development to do so as well. Historically, it's mostly been used for assigning a name to an unnamed road. We haven't really gone through a process of changing road names.
Right.
There's one that I can remember in recent history, and we did that because the road name was so popular, the signs continued to get stolen. That was Gold Digger Trail.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. So other than that, you know, we haven't really, in my experience, gone through, you know, a road naming, renaming process such as what we're talking about today. That policy gives us the ability to rename roads administratively, meaning we don't need to seek board approval. It gives us and it's mostly, oh, I already covered that. So we have some criteria for, you know, in that policy of when we assign or change the road name. Again, most of these are for unnamed roads. So any street or road driveway that's 1/8 of a mile or longer, any street, road, driveway serving as access to 2 or more residences, any street, road, or driveway which has been accepted, not a driveway, which has been accepted by the county for maintenance. And emergency services requests also will trigger a renaming or naming. We have a few kind of criteria about road names within the policy. They cannot be a duplication or similar in names in existence within a fire protection district or zip code. For obvious reasons, we don't want mail to get confused and go to the wrong people's places.
It's not consistent in every fire protection district, though.
Well, we do, we currently will review fire.
Going.
Yeah. We will, when we're assigning something on the Evergreen side, we will look in Jefferson County and within the Evergreen Metro District, or Fire District. Roads cannot be excessively long or difficult to pronounce or spell. And while this next one is not in our policy, we have generally stayed away from using a person or family name, just out of good practice. We had some requests early on to use people's names and just thought that was not a responsible thing to do. The policy also allows citizens to come and petition the board and change a name or assign a name to an unnamed road. Generally, that process requires 75% of the owners of record of improvement to sign and agree to a road name. The BOCC may waive all application requirements. Also in the policy, we talk a little bit about road signage. As the three roads we're talking about today are all county roads, the road research team feels like we should be responsible for replacing all the signs if we do go through a road naming, or I should say, when we do go through a road renaming process. The current policy also indicates that any intersections with state or federal roads, we will make sure that the state is responsible for replacing those. But again, we feel like since there's a couple intersections with, well, anyways, we feel like we should just go ahead and take responsibility for all signage and not, yeah, just to get it done, just to be convenient. So, all right.
Just really quick, just for public information purposes, what's the cost of a single sign?
Carl.
It varies just in the length of the name, but
Please come up.
sorry.
Young man.
Right. It does vary a little bit with the size and dimension of the signs, but typically a road sign that we're ordering right now is around $40 a piece.
Okay, thank you.
We are looking at 4 signs on Colorado 103, 2 signs on County Road 170, 2 signs on Little Esqua Pass, and 1 on S Trail.
And that, I'm sorry, and that was how much again? Give or take?
40.
Yeah, about $40, and we've got about 9 signs to replace right now.
So $360 in labor.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so you have more to present.
I have a little bit more on the background, and then we'll get into a little bit more discussion.
As you might have imagined, I'm taking notes.
Sure. Yes. All right. The last bit on the background is what has Jefferson County done recently? So Jefferson County is our neighbor to the east, and they have gone through an administrative process to rename on their side S Pass Road, or the one I mentioned earlier, Colorado 103.
Which they still called that.
They have officially named it State Highway 103, very similar to Colorado 103. And they have gone through again administratively and done this and just reassigned, reusing the addresses and notified all the residents of this along that section. They did not have a public hearing. They did not provide any sort of, they were the only method, as I'm aware, to provide public comment is to write a letter to the addressing administrator, which they're allowing that. So again, a very administrative process. They're currently doing the same thing for all roads that have the name Mount Evans in them. Now they are going through and again, not doing any sort of public hearings or anything like that, administrative process. They're renaming any road that has the word Mount or words Mount Evans to Mount Blue Sky. Thank you. And again, they're not having any public hearing. But if people want to provide public comments, they can send those directly to the address coordinator.
And the sign's already changed on Highway 74
Yes,
in Jefferson County.
Yeah, some of them,
Okay.
because there are still
on their
some
side
of both.
or both,
Yeah.
theirs and ours. Okay.
Yeah, I think the ones just by 103 on both directions are correct, although they're a different shade of brown, which is interesting.
Yeah, but I do believe the overhead on Highway 74
Oh, right.
still lists Highway 103 as Mountain Pass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still,
There's.
they're about halfway
Through
done, it looks like, through the change. Yeah.
So with that being said, our team kind of came up with two options for us to move forward. The first is we could kind of follow Jefferson County's method and rename these roads administratively, where we decide what the new names should be. We notify the residences and go ahead and take care of all the notifications to the residences and all the other agencies that we notify when we assign or change an address. We would also provide the residences a list of people that they should typically notify. This is all kind of part of our policy. So that's option one. Option two, we could work with the local improved property owners and together come up with new names for each road. We could still provide initial kind of road name suggestions, which is kind of part of our policy. And we have one for each road that we'd like to suggest or, throw out there. And we could gather information from the public, see what their thoughts are, and continue to move forward working together. And so it's staff's recommendation or this team's recommendation that we do option two. And so we thought we'd start off with kind of a letter or survey going out to these addresses along these three roads and seek their input, provide a road name suggestion that we think would be fitting for that road. Give them some background information on the process, how we got to where we are. Give them some information on our addressing policy, such as those things that I mentioned before, where it can't be difficult to spell and it can't be a duplicate road name, et cetera, and seek their input. We could then come back gather that information and come back with you guys and have a public meeting where, again, people could voice their opinions publicly, but we would provide you kind of with an analysis of the results that we got back for each road and from all the residences. And then after that meeting, we would get direction from you guys on where we want to go for each road name. And then we would have a public hearing and do a public process and go through an actual renaming for each road.
Okay.
So one of the questions we had, if you sort of like that idea, we are unsure of how or who we should get public feedback from. We have a couple of options. Certainly, we would suggest getting feedback from each of the improved residences, each of the improved addresses along each road. That's a minimum. We could consider getting feedback also from people surrounding those roads in the neighborhood, community. And lastly, we could actually open it up to all input. Now, this team feels like we should kind of keep it to one of the first two options, either the residences that are directly affected by this change and or their neighbors.
So do you want to take these questions one at a time as we go through them? And I think if we want to do that, rather than go through the whole thing and then come back through it again, my first thought is probably number two, and I'll tell you the reason I think of that, which is the surrounding neighborhood. I've had a good deal of input from people who have asked over the last couple of years, when are we going to change those names? When are we going to change those names? It's almost all of it from the people that live either on or right around that road in those neighborhoods. And some of them have thoughts about what they want to do. And they've varied from some names kind of like what you've got to doing something to honor a Native American tribe or something like that, that at least is something that they would like. And my suggestion for them, because we had some suggestions that came to us from Mount Evans early on, some of the proposals that have been put in that were people trying to do the same thing, but pretty poorly informed, misspellings, mispronunciations, got the word wrong, the name and stuff like that. And so if they're going to do that, and I note your last note at the bottom about
Yes.
getting some tribal consultation. If somebody wants to do that, that's a great idea. So I think going to them first, going to the immediate neighborhood is going to pick up the people that have the first or the most affected by it, either given directions to get to their house if they're on a road right off that road.
Mhm.
And then secondly, because they seem to be the most interested in it so far. I've had a few phone calls, and then we've seen a few emails, and then social media inquiries. I've seen a lot out there too. People wanting to know when we're going to get around to it. So that's just on that question.
Read out real quick, and it's number one, thank you. I think that this is good work, and I think this is a more thoughtful approach than what Jefferson County did, which doesn't surprise me. I think, and I think about the trail road, 17 people on that. They don't really have any neighbors, do they?
Correct, not really. But we could include the property owners of the unimproved lots, for example, or
Property owners as opposed to residents, if they're on that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Correct,
I'm not
yes.
really in favor of that because those are people who don't live there and are going to be
Right.
affected by the actual changes. So I'm probably leaning toward just the people who actually live there. And if you're somebody who lives nearby and have a strong opinion, you can always talk to a neighbor who lives there and let them know what you think. The question I have is, let's say a neighborhood say they want to call their street Mestahehe, which matches the New Mountains name. That seems to fail our criteria for long name, hard to understand, hard to spell. So I don't think it's going to happen, but it'll be kind of interesting if it does.
yeah, and ultimately that decision will be up to you all.
I think
That's fair.
Yeah, I think, I think we'd have to cross that bridge
I
when
mean,
it came to it.
yeah.
Going to the, and when I say the immediate neighborhood, I think in the case of that one, like the trail where there's only the people on the road are the neighborhood. I think when you get down to Old S Pass Road, it's a little different story. There are quite a few people down
Yeah,
living
absolutely.
right off of it that have expressed interest in the conversation, and you might want to draw a circle and get a few more out there, but.
Yeah.
There are
That's
a
my
lot of
take.
houses off of that. That's true. Probably more houses off of it or a similar number than on it.
Right, yeah, right next to it, but not really addressed on that
Yeah,
road.
I think
Yeah.
that's fair.
And so what we would, in that suggestion, what we would do is we would ask people as they are submitting that information to include their address. Just so that we can kind of, verify and vet and make sure that we're not getting,
Somebody from Longmont.
right. So.
Maybe they get a half vote.
I just want to point out, this is not, I'm not feeling stubborn about this one. My slight preference, I think, is for the first option. And that's because the people that are affected most are the people that are going to have to go through an address change. If you live on, I think Raccoon Circle is one of those roads that goes off of one of the roads we're talking about renaming.
Yep, correct.
And they will not have to change, they will not have to go through an address change, and that's more than a moderate inconvenience. And actually, this is probably the name change that will have the most impact on our residents of everything we've discussed, because that process can be just challenging, right? Who knows, like you got to notify everybody that you expect to send you mail. And so for that reason, I mean, I think there's a reasonably strong argument that those who are impacted most should be the ones whose opinions we should seek. That would be an argument for option one, but I'm not stuck on that. If we want to do two and expand the net, that's fine. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah,
Well-
I wouldn't draw a really big circle around, like a 2-mile radius or something like that, but 2-mile buffer zone or anything, but I mean, certainly those who are impacted should have a voice, but they're the ones who are going to bear the brunt. But the other people that are part of the neighborhood are part of the culture of that change. And, having socializing that process is part of the project, part of why we and why other people wanted to do change, so they get the word out. And I think if they're living a block off the road, if they're living in that area, I think it's worthwhile. I don't think it hurts to send those extra cards out or whatever.
Yeah, okay, I can live with that. Certainly, everyone's interested at some level.
Sorry, this is one of the points that we really want to make sure we get clear direction from the three of you. So I'd like to maybe just make sure that we have a clear understanding of, what your direction is on that.
I have a maybe slightly nuanced view, which is, I think it's a creative process, right? I mean, coming up with a really cool name that honors their neighborhood or is something that people get excited about. And I almost feel like someone on Raccoon Circle maybe should be able to submit a suggestion, but maybe they don't get a vote. Maybe the people who get to vote on the final three names are the people who actually have improved residences on that particular road.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, are we asking for a vote?
Well, at this point, I mean, we kind of called it a survey in our memo. We're really just seeking feedback and input, I think, from the residents in that, and I mean, ultimately, the three of you will have the final say on what the new name is.
Yeah.
And so whatever best option for you to get all the input and feedback from all of your constituents and the property owners, however you feel best to do that and to decipher that. It's ultimately up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea of having, like you mentioned, staff had some suggestions, and I think the neighbors should be given an opportunity and the larger neighborhood of different names, and maybe the survey looks a lot like a vote for the people who live there, and then we get that data and then we can sort of ratify it, or if there's something really wacky that we need to change, then we'll have to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was kind of our intention, was to provide them a letter and a method to vote to take the survey online. And we will tally that information and come back and share that with you. And so you'll certainly hear and you'll see the numbers. Megan's going to get all the numbers and do all that. So you'll have all that information. I think that's the intent. So
Perfect.
Yeah.
So we could take the option to delegate this process to staff entirely, correct? And ask staff to conduct surveys as we just established, going with option 2, people, on roads that are connected. And then you take that information and whatever the results of the survey are, if the results are a name that is appropriate and within our policy, you just select it. Like I think what maybe to be more concise, I don't intend to have road names or have opinions on road names, except that they need to be appropriate. And so I don't know that I need to be in the way of this process, right?
That sounds kind of like a rubber stamping note, potentially,
Yeah,
or an approval.
It's likely to be. I think that there may be something that occurs to us, and I kind of like the idea of having the opportunity to see it come back, kind of the way you said. And I think part of the reason is just because there could be a few, there's another question that's popping up here. You mentioned at the bottom of that, the tribal contact thing. And I think the main thing there is to use that as a filter to avoid making a mistake of some kind without knowing it, do something that's well-meaning that comes out of the neighborhood. And it's clearly what they got together and decided they wanted to do. And it's not tremendously long, or maybe it's a decision about whether you use Mr. Hay, as the word, whether you want to do that or not. I mean, it's already going to be in other places up there. It'll become more common knowledge. It's transliteration, which is an actual word, which is, taking spoken languages and turning them into somebody else's written language. It can be confusing, and that's what the governor was referring to at the CGNEB when he said that names like that are fraught with the potential for quote mispronunciation, unquote, which I thought was kind of funny. Because we have a lot of words that are fraught with the potential for, quote, mispronunciation, unquote, like mispronunciation is an example. And So, you know, I think that wouldn't have ever gotten past the committee anyway, but it's just nice I just kind of, personally, I'd like an eyes on, but it's not a real big deal. It's likely to be a rubber stamp of whatever happens. And I would suggest as far as tribal contact goes, we've got the information from having already communicated. And if somebody does head in a direction that they want to do something like that for a reason that is honoring the tribe, it's pretty easy. There's 6 tribes and 6 contracts, the TEPOs, the tribal historic preservation officers, and they're pretty easy to get. And then just ask them, did they have anything or any opinion about it? And you probably will either get a non-response from most of them or, yeah, that looks great. You know, it's what's likely to happen. And you'd only hear anything back from them most likely if you had something that was a faux pas that you didn't even know.
That's like Chevy selling the Nova in Latin America, which means it doesn't go in Spanish.
Exactly. That's exactly the kind of stuff we were.
Can I kind of summarize what I'm hearing then?
Yeah.
Make sure that we have.
Before we go to the summary, I just want to clarify, my intent here is really, Randy, I agree that should be the process. And what I'm trying to express is that I have confidence that staff can execute this process from this point to the end without the need for board intervention. Randy, if you would like for the board to have another hearing on this, of course, I am willing to accommodate that. I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, and I think the reason that I mentioned it was because there is sensitivity over it, and I see staff saying we really appreciate your looking at this with us, and that's kind of what I was hearing. And so I'm happy to. But if it's only us you're worried about bothering, then my tendency is to go more with George as long as we come away with a clear understanding out of here. But I'm happy to have you bring it back.
Summary and next
Yeah.
step.
Okay. Well, how about, yes, we will, we can try and move forward down that path where, provided we can get a pretty clear consensus from the residents in the area, that we can just kind of go through and with their feedback and their input, move forward and not bring that back to you. Now, I would suggest that if we get to a point where maybe it's we're getting a whole lot of different, a whole lot of different inputs and a lot of people, you know, maybe split decisions, that kind of thing. My suggestion would that we'd be bringing that back in front of you and allow you to make the ultimate decisions.
That's what I had read between the lines of your memo and in your eyes as you were sitting here, as you were describing all of this, was you're happy to have backup.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that sounds fine to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good with
All
that.
right,
That's- so my understanding is that that's your decision. If you want to bring it back to us, you can. If not, then
Okay.
the authority to be delegated. Is that the outcome?
Yep. Is that, yeah, that's what I'm hearing. So if that's okay with you guys, we'll do that. And just to be clear, for you and anyone online, you know, any of these residences, we know that the holidays are coming up. We're gonna postpone and not do anything until after the first of the year, until after the holidays and all the busy mailing and shipping processes are over. Because we do know that this is not a fun process. You know, it can be a long and tedious process to go through an address, you know, change.
Right.
You know, and there's a lot of folks, you know,
All your bills, all that
yeah,
stuff.
that need to be notified both on the counties and from the public. So, so we want to try and make that as easy as possible.
Understood. Oh, one other thing I wanted to mention, we brought up and we didn't discuss this at all was the Evans Blue Sky thing.
Mhm.
And well, it's kind of a parallel to what I saw on the S word stuff. You know, you don't just automatically say Old Mistahay Pass Road as an example, because there never was a Mistahay Pass Road to be Old Mistahay Pass Road to begin with. So there's some places you can do things that don't make sense. And one of those is, as an example, is, you know, it was a tribal suggestion that they go with Blue Sky too. They wanted English words. They wanted that to be accessible and educational, have people ask why and talk about it, make it easy. And so you could think about some of those roads a little bit individually. For an example is the Evans Ranch Road. You know, does it lead to the Blue Sky Ranch? If it's the road that leads to the Evans Ranch is the Evans Ranch until the people that own the Evans Ranch decide it's not the Evans Ranch. So there's a lot to think about when you're looking at a road like that. And who else is on Evans Ranch Road? How many people live on it? I don't know the answer to that right off the bat.
Yeah, I don't know either off the top of my head. That was not one that was on my radar. The one that is on my radar, but it's not a county road, is Highway 5, which was the road going up to Mount Evans, or now Mount Blue Sky. And that's a state road, and the state is undertaking the renaming of that to Mount Blue Sky. So road, thank you. Yeah, highway, yeah, or Highway 5. So our group, we did not talk about Evans Ranch at all, or any of the other. I think that's might be the only road with the name Evans in it. And so as it's not exactly Mount Evans, we hadn't really taken a look at that.
Yeah, I thought of it when I was going up to the Jefferson Outdoor Laboratory. The school, Mount Evans Outdoor Laboratory, that's run by Jeffco Schools, but it's in Clear Creek County. And it's off of the Evans Ranch Road. And when I drove up there, that question popped into my head. What do you do with that road name?
So,
and I don't really know the answer if you change it or not.
yeah, that kind of, I'm gonna try and say this appropriately. I think we were under the impression that you are directing us to rename those 3 roads.
That's primarily.
Yes. Now, I would, it sounds to me like you're maybe wondering about that other road.
You brought it up. That's right.
Yeah. So if you want to, we can certainly reach out to those property owners and ask them if they have an interest in renaming, and if so, then we can go through that process. But unlike the S word roads, which we feel we are in fact changing,
right?
We're not giving the residents an opportunity to say, no, we like this road name. We're going through and changing those. We could do a slightly modified process for the Evans Ranch area.
And I'm not suggesting that you do that. I'm actually not making any suggestion at all, except I'm simply asking the question because I inferred from what I'd read in the memo that you might be going through a process like that. And I don't know what other county roads we have with the name Evans in them, and whether you were intending to do that or not. And I'm not making a suggestion one way or the other, but it did occur to me that the Evans Ranch Road might be something that just stays as the Evans Ranch Road if it's a county road, and if it's named as that on the county stuff. Yeah. So
to be clear, we were not looking to do anything with that road name.
Okay.
But if you want us to, we can look at it.
I'm not making that request at this time.
Okay.
Yeah, it would seem like the residents would need to want to rename what their neighborhood is called before you talked about renaming the road that led to it. And I think that's an effort that they should initiate.
Yeah, George?
Sorry, Sean, I didn't mean to interrupt you. We have a process for that, right? It's Evan, the word Evans is not derogatory, and if they want to change it, there's a petition process for that to be changed. I think we should be focused on the 3 roads that you brought to us.
Okay, we will keep our focus there then. Thank you.
I just want to also state before we end this, just for posterity, anybody watching this, the process we went through with respect to the mountain, I think allowed enough information for us to be comfortable making this change, which is why I don't think it's necessary for the board to have hearings on this. We held a number of hearings. We did a hearing in the evening. We had a lot of comment from the public. I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, not a single person opposed that name change in that public comment session. And so for me, it's just really simple logic. And that's why I'm in support of, a process that is efficient for our staff in this organization, and that really kind of leaves the decision with the neighbors to decide what their road should be named. We already made the decision that this word is harming people when it's used, and so we should stop, and that's fairly simple, and we wouldn't look at it differently because it's a road and not a mountain. So I just want to kind of put that argument out there so anybody who's watching this can know where I'm coming from on this.
Yeah, my own general take on it is that it's a long time coming and we've been really slow to change these three names. And part of the reason was we're waiting to see how both of the mountains shook out at the end and what the final decision was. So when people wonder why it takes so long to change the names, and we try to, we also get criticism sometimes for not being transparent, and transparency takes time when you're scheduling meetings and holding hearings and going through processes that are fair and informed and giving people a chance to comment. And that's part of the reason it's taken this long, but I'm really glad we're getting to these three because George is right. It is really, really clear in what the answer is on these three. And because it was a really lousy name before, and we learned something from learning that.
Okay, I feel like we have a good sense of direction and we'll take it from here.
Thank you. Thanks, Carl.
Sure. So the next item we have at 12 p.m. Look at that. Man, we are killing it. That's sliding into home plate accidentally. We have a 12 o'clock action session in consideration of approval of 2024 county employee holiday pay policy and consideration of approval of resolution 23-62, resolution to designate the Clear Creek County office's holiday schedule for 2024. Carol Ann will be talking to us about both of those.
Yes,
And I'm gonna appear to be rude. I'm just gonna fill up my water again.
No problem. So my intention is not to bring this back to you every year, but as we changed this last year for 2023, because of the switch to a 4-day work week, we observed some things throughout the year, administrative issues with clarity, confusion with employees around the floating holiday and how to apply it on timesheets. We realized we needed to make some changes to the holiday policy for clarity and also just to change the way we're administering holidays and payroll. So if you recall last year when I brought the holiday policy to you, we were really trying to address the 4-day work week, provide clarity that didn't exist in the 2016 policy around the definition of eligibility, EMS and Sheriff's Department shift workers, and rules on carryover and how holidays applied to people on leave. The objective was to provide as much flexibility as possible because we were switching to the 4-day work week and we really weren't sure how people were going to understand the application of holidays with this new work week. So we wanted to provide flexibility as we learned together. So we addressed that confusion by making those changes and adding the floating holiday. And for 2024, the suggested changes for the holiday policy are clarification around language for the seasonal, temporary, and part-time. The way that it was written last year, it made it sound like it was seasonal, temporary that are part-time rather than them being two separate qualifications. And then we reduced the number of holidays that we're recommending from 12, which included the floating holiday, to 10. And increase the hours we're recommending from 96 banked holiday hours to 100 and 120 for sheriffs and EMS shift workers. So last year's policy, we did not pull them out. We left it in there as a paragraph that said they have their own policy and they're going to do it their own way, which was very confusing for payroll and HR. Because as it turns out, they do not have their own policies. So we were pointing to something that didn't exist. So this year in the revision, we're adding language that brings them into our policy. So we're all operating under the same policy. So the conditions for the transfer station were also added because we learned that the transfer station year after year was making the decision to close based on their own kind of observing holidays that the county had adopted. And I thought maybe for clarity, it's best for the public to understand and be able to see that the transfer station is going to do their own thing, but it will be covered under how we apply the policy. So they are going to observe all our holidays, but they're going to close on days when they're normally open, which are not necessarily the holidays that we're observing. So we also added language for rules regarding holidays and the calculation of overtime and the provisions for paid leave. I added the work comp exclusion because that didn't exist before. So this does have a fiscal impact because we are changing from 96 hours of banked hours for employees to 100 because we're accommodating the 4-day work week, which the majority of our staff are on. So we're looking at adopting 2 fewer holidays, but 10 hours per holiday, which equals 100 hours instead of 96. And the fiscal impact was roughly $46,000 in 2024, but this has already been accounted for in the 2024 budget.
Okay.
Is this how other counties have addressed this? Because we're not the first county to go to a 4-day work week in Colorado.
I think
correct?
we are actually, in all the counties that I've looked at, their holiday policies that have 4-day work weeks, I think we're doing a much better job of adding clarification on how this is to be understood and explained to our staff, because there was a lot of confusion this year. Last year, if you remember, I listed all the counties that I referenced and their policies, and this year, honestly, it wasn't helpful. I thought we could do better. And so we've come up with something that's a lot more descriptive that hopefully staff and our payroll will understand every pay period when we have a holiday. There's not so much confusion on what to do for holiday hours.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Caroline mentioned at the beginning that we don't want to keep bringing this policy back every year. That said, policy in front of you does list out our holidays.
It does.
So I would suggest maybe we adopt, assuming we adopt, that the motion not to include the actual list of holidays. So we don't have to keep bringing back the actual policy itself in case those change, because sometimes they change.
If we're going to make a change to it, then I didn't realize that was an option. I'm going to take Peter's comment into consideration and ask that be added and changed as well, because Peter recognized that this year this 2024, we don't have any Friday holidays that we're recommending observing, but in 2025, there will be Independence Day on a Friday. So because we're not open on Fridays, it makes sense to add the language that in lieu of being closed or in lieu of, observing that holiday on Thursday instead of Friday.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I would just add.
Adding a day no
in
matter
there.
what.
That way I don't have to bring it back.
It's like if it falls on the weekend, add a day that's outside the weekend.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
All of this makes a lot of sense to me. The one thing that I think this is the appropriate time to mention this. You brought up the transfer station. I have received comment in the past around holidays. Something that happens during the holidays is families generate a lot of trash. And I've had calls from people who showed up at the transfer station on a day it was scheduled to be open, thinking it would be open and finding that it was closed, because they're shifting their closure dates because they're not always open. It's not always logical, right? Like obviously you wouldn't think that they'd be open on the 4th of July, but you might be surprised to find they're closed on the 7th because the 4th happened. And you might really need to dump your trash. So I don't want to like wade all the way into this conversation and issue direction right now. I just think I want to note that closure of the transfer station really should. Is there somebody else talking?
No, I think you're picking feedback up from the hall. We're closing the door.
I think that, we should make every effort to plan and communicate well in advance closures to the transfer station, and maybe think pretty carefully about the dates we choose to close. Like if we could choose to close before a holiday instead of after, our people might benefit a lot from that. And I don't think we're approving anything in that. I don't want to have to approve a list of when the transfer station is open and is closed. I think staff can handle that. I just wanted to make those observations right now.
That is something that we discussed, and it was when we learned how it was operating, and I'm one of those people, George, I haven't called you, but I've showed up to the transfer station and it was closed because of a holiday that I work here and I wasn't even aware. So it was something that we definitely discussed and got a better understanding of how they're operating, and discussed impact to staff if we did it a different way, and came to the conclusion that they do publish their own holiday schedule or the closure schedule on the website, and they put signage up on the gates, which, you know, maybe we could put something out on Facebook and be a little bit more proactive about communicating that. But ultimately, because of the impact on staff of how many Monday holidays we have in 2024, essentially they would still have all of the hours paid, but they would not have any of those days off, which would significantly negatively impact morale, I assume.
Yes, I'm not suggesting that they should be treated differently. I think what I'm suggesting is that if it's a Monday holiday, you could choose to take the day off on a Tuesday, or you could choose to take the day off the Saturday before. And if you think about families, our customers that are building up trash, it might make more sense to close before the holiday instead of after it. I don't intend to insist or issue direction in this setting, but I wanted to throw that out there as a suggestion. I think the communication is the real challenge, and we should not assume in any environment that we're going to be able to make sure all of our users of that facility actually know and see whatever communications we do. So glad we have a PIO so we can continue to work on improving that.
Sure. Can I ask Carl, do you have anything you want to add to that, or?
I guess just a little clarification just from how it's operated in the past. But this coming year, I think there's 8 holidays that fall on a Monday and a Thursday. And they are a set 4-day-a-week schedule that are open Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, Saturday. So that means they would not have a day off of that 4-day work week like the rest of the staff does. So what they've done in the past for a Monday holiday, they would close the following Tuesday, the day after. And it is posted on the front gate and it is posted on their website. But we certainly can work on making sure that holiday list gets out to more people. But that's how that's, at least operations of that facility have followed that process for, boy, as long as I've been director, probably at least the last decade or more.
I think the other thing we can probably do is do some focused communication as we're leading up into each of those holidays where something's going to change with their schedule to make sure it's.
Yeah, that'll help some. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Wanted to discuss that. I'm satisfied.
I would share with it, like Carol Ann, I should know, and I've gone up there on holidays and my truckload of stuff and gone back and left it parked in the truck for days in the driveway.
I think we all have.
Good, I don't feel so bad, thank you.
Clarification, which were the 2 holidays that were omitted from the 12 holiday schedule? What did we change?
The day after Thanksgiving, because that's always on a Friday. And then the other one was a floating holiday, which
Okay, yeah, right.
employees
Okay.
that work 5/8 will still get floating hours, but everyone else will not. They will have, because they're going to use all of their holidays on the designated holidays.
Right. I was thinking that's what it was. I was thinking it was the Friday after Thanksgiving, and then I couldn't remember. I didn't think we'd done it, but some places that wanted to do 12 holidays have done Christmas Eve or something like that too for people. But okay. As opposed to the day after New Year's Day, which could be helpful as well.
Just keep me posted, or maybe let me know ahead of time. I can get some stuff out there.
Yeah, the day after throwing nachos at your TV watching football day. I've never done that, by the way, just another point of clarification. So, all right. So our next item is lunch?
It's an action item.
Oh, no, that's right. It's an action item. We need we have two motions to be made here.
With regard to the holiday policy, just a reminder to make the motion with the amendment that Carol Ann had talked about,
Okay,
please.
which is to remove,
It's to add the language about the Friday in lieu of being observed on a Thursday. It won't impact 2024, but it will impact 2025, which would prevent me from having to come back and do this again at the end of next year.
yeah, I'm a little confused on that one too. We're gonna do a Thursday instead of a Friday.
So if there were a holiday that fell on a Friday, we would
get Thursday.
close.
Yeah, okay,
on a
that's what
Thursday.
okay.
Yeah.
Thursday. All right. Yeah, and the
I
first thing you
believe-
said was let's remove the schedule from the.
Exactly.
Yes, that too.
Remove the schedule from the pay policy.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so on the first one, do I have a motion?
I move we approve the 2024 county employee holiday pay policy with the additional language around flexing the Friday holidays to Thursday and removing the schedule.
Okay. Was that a second, George?
Mhm.
That was.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Second motion?
I move we approve resolution 23-62, resolution to designate the Clear Creek County office's holiday schedule for 2024.
Do we also add the language of clarification to that?
That's just the days that we're
Yeah,
gonna
that's just-
observe.
All right.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Now we go to our next item, which is break for lunch.
Thank you.
So we have an interview at 1 PM. So we're gonna take 45 minutes for lunch. You wanna do that? I mean, we've got these people scheduled for interview at a given time, so,
Yeah, I think Rickless is definitely zooming in.
okay.
He's at the one at 1, yeah.
Sign.
And I think Clark is,
But that's when I'll.
You think Clark what?
Same information.
Russ Clark is good too. They're
Okay.
both at work.
Okay. So we got 45 minutes.
Thank you, my friend.
I'm not sure in the future if we really need an entire half hour for.
I missed that last thing, Sean.
I mean, Brian brought up a great point a while ago about maybe taking specific times off so that we can be a little more efficient and not have.
Yes,
I'm gonna raise that during the retreat.
that'll be awesome.
Okay, we're back in session in Board of County Commissioners. And the next item on the agenda is an interview with Jeff Rickliffs for the Clear Creek Planning Commission. Do we have Jeff online?
Jeff is there. Jeff, you want to turn on your video? If you're able.
There.
Perfect.
How's that?
Love it. Okay.
Right.
Okay, and I'm actually looking through your memo right now, Jeff. 1 second here. And I've known you, of course, I've known you for a long time. So I think I would start out by asking you about, first of all, I think your level of enthusiasm for the job skill. And I know you mentioned here what you think you bring to the planning commission, but would just love to hear it in your own words. I mean, I realize these are your words typed out here too, but.
Yeah, okay. I've been on it for 2 years now on the planning commission. And I like the group very much. Do you want me to go through kind of my resume, Randy?
I know your resume pretty well, but
yeah, I was with Jefferson County for quite a while, and not in land use though. I was in charge of the building department there, and but I did get to serve on the Board of Adjustment, Board of Review for Clear Creek for 21 years before that. So I'm a little bit familiar with land use, but not as a participant with the Planning Commission. And it's much different. And I'm really enjoying it. So I'd like to stay on.
do you feel, it's interesting to hear you say, I would have thought that as with the amount of time you spent as a in building inspection as a CBO, chief building official, stuff like that. I would have thought, I would think that you would feel like that contributes a lot to your, that you would have become well socialized to planning through that process, through being involved in that. What's your take? How do you describe that? And I'm just curious. It's not a.
Yeah, well, you're exactly right, Randy. I worked really closely with the planning department at Jeffco, as well as Clear Creek being on the Board of Adjustment. But this is a whole different animal, being a participant rather than just someone that asks questions. And I've done some homework since I've been appointed to the Planning Commission, and I've got a lot to learn, and I could see that it's leave it up to the professionals, the county staff, to keep. I mean, they know the ins and outs and everything. All we're doing is looking at one subject at a time, and they're looking at the overall. My partner in crime at Jeffco is the chairman of the Planning Commission here at Clear Creek. And we worked together a lot for 20 years at Jeffco. So Russ Clark and I get along real well. And I don't know, I just like to be part of it. I think land use is pretty much the future of the county, and I'd like to be a part of that.
Hey, this is Sean. First off, thanks for reapplying. Thanks for your interest in continued service. I guess I have more of maybe a philosophical question. I'm curious to hear kind of how your views have maybe firmed up or changed, being in the role for 2 years, and sort of what your thoughts are about maybe even like the best opportunities for growth in the county.
Yeah, it's pretty much the first thing that comes to mind, Sean, is it's pretty much a case by case basis on all these issues. one thing I have learned over time is there's always two sides to everything, and impassioned pleas by the population aren't always the way to go. It's probably the easiest route, but you just need to see what's the bottom line for the county. I mean, financially as well as best use of land and resources. So philosophically, I guess I'm a little bit that way, but still you have to be down to earth and do what's best. Does that answer your question, Sean, or did I beat around the
Yeah, it
bush?
does. That does. Thank you. I guess my other question is, having some experience now, I know you've probably looked at the master plan and some other foundational documents. Do you feel like there's other tools that the staff and or commissioners could provide the planning commission to make your jobs easier?
That's a great question. And I don't have a ready answer for that because we've only had 3 cases in the past 12 months. And the big one, of course, was the quarry rezoning. And as far as I'm concerned, I think the county had a really good position and a good, they were like Adam Springer's excellent. He keeps his hand in and stays involved with everything, and he's really got his finger on the pulse of what's happening around here. And he professionally gives us his opinion, and I really like that a lot.
Okay, well, thanks. I don't have any other questions. And again, thanks for your time.
I think the only thing, your answer to Sean's question a little bit ago piqued my interest, and I think what it really did is help me understand how you perceive your job. The question about how have your views moderated about opportunities for growth and stuff like that. I think we just
He's there still.
lose Jeff.
He's there still. His video just off.
Okay, so my question is, so you don't see, it sounds like you don't see your role as planning commission as being one to implement a vision like pro-growth, anti-growth, or whatever, or smart growth, or however you want, or type of growth, as much as to perform the function, the technical function of looking at each case based on the policies that we have in place and making sure that they have a proper due process. Is that a good way to describe it, or?
Yeah, Randy, I think you're right on the money. The best use is not always the popular agenda. You being a county commissioner for what? You're 8 years now, 7.5 years. And
7.
you've probably been beat up enough to know that you guys take the brunt of it. And you as well, right, Sean? You're coming up.
Same time.
Yeah, 7 years-ish.
And yeah. But I wish you guys would be around a little bit longer because it just seems like things are going in the right direction for the county. And that is the answer to your question. I think we're doing a good job. And as far as more tools for the planning commission that was asked earlier, I just don't know enough about it yet to request anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the I presume compliment or something.
No, it was very much a compliment, Randy.
It would yeah, but it's too late to get that on the ballot.
Well, I'll tell you another thing. I've been on and off again president of the Spring Gulch Homeowners Association up here, and we still have all of our meetings. I don't think we have like quasi official people, but you guys are very much very popular with at least the 65 homes that we have up here. I don't the typical griping about roads and that sort of the dump not being open enough and that sort of thing. But for the most part, you guys are doing a good job, and I hear that a lot. I'm going to pass that on because it's the truth up here.
Well, thanks.
This guy interviews well. Well, thanks, Jeff. It's good to see you. And we will not, we normally don't, at the interview, we don't make a decision at that time. This is not an action item. But you would receive notice in the very near future of what our decision for reappointment is. And we really appreciate having you come in. I think we have sort of asked the question, gotten the feedback, whether we asked for it or not, about, what we can do or what we should do. Sean brought that up. What tools do you need on planning commission? And please don't hesitate to offer your thoughts anytime with regard to that. Encourage the rest of the commission to do that as well. What we can do to help you.
Well, Randy, the ideal thing would be go through Adam instead of directly to you guys, correct? Like chain of command thing.
Sounds about right. And I'm sure also process wise, George had to leave a little early today, but I'm sure he'll go back and watch this and it'll inform his thinking about your reappointment too.
Okay, great. Appreciate your time, you guys. And
Yeah, you too.
Nice getting to talk to you at last, Sean.
Yeah, perfect.
Thanks, Jeff. So I guess, do we have, we don't
All right.
have Russ Clark on, do we?
You text him and tell him we're ready if he's happens to be ready.
Not yet.
Okay. Well, why don't we just take a break for up to 15 minutes until we see him.
Perfect.
I don't think I have a number for him.
So we're going to take a break now, Jeff. See you later.
This is the last.
It is.
This is gonna be the first meeting in a while with no executive session.
Hi, is this Russell?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry. I got a new computer at work and it didn't have Zoom on it, and it's stuck at 95% from installing.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
I didn't know what you.
So, yeah.
Should we just start it over the phone then? Is
Yeah.
that fine with you guys?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Sure. Thanks for being here today, Russ. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you guys fine. It just keeps muting me when I'm not talking.
Okay. I am, well, I was just looking through, I know that you've got quite a good resume in planning in the past, and you've been on for 13 years, and I'm aware you've been there contributing for a long time, and really appreciate your turning in an application for reappointment. And after reading through this, I'd just be interested in hearing you talk in your own words, speak with us now about your enthusiasm for the job and continuing, and just let it go and tell us how you feel about the job right now. And then also, I think something we'd like to know is areas that we can also improve ourselves in our work with the Planning Commission. Any advice you can give us, as well as your own statements about yourself.
Oh,
Not hearing him.
Might get me getting muted again.
I can.
Back.
Oh, I think he's trying to look at it.
He's muted.
No, not yet.
Not hearing him.
All right, how about now?
Yep.
Yes.
Excellent. Sorry about that technology, right? So
Yeah.
you were asking me generally to talk about who I am and what I think about the county and where we are and where we can go, something like that?
Yes, like that, and also ways in which we as a board can, Sean mentioned this earlier when we were talking, the ways that we as a board can help improve conditions for the Planning Commission and improve your work too, to make it better. Just process ideas, that kind of stuff.
Well, I think one of the biggest issues that just hasn't happened in a while is because we had such a light caseload for the Planning Commission, we only have met 2 or 3 times this past year. And I think there's just still a learning process from some of the newer Planning Commission members. And quite honestly, I think we're feeling, I'm speaking for myself, a little bit disconnected from the Board of County Commissioners, in that we haven't had a joint meeting to just talk about what y'all's vision for the future is of Clear Creek County and what we can do to help you guys out. I think when COVID hit, we kind of stopped doing those and we just haven't picked it back up. I think that's something that would probably help out quite a bit, because at this point, we're kind of just doing what we all think is in the best interest of the county, but I don't think we really know what we can do to help you guys out, which is really our job here, I think, is to kind of come at it from a layperson's perspective of what do we think about the cases that are coming before us, to kind of hopefully pre-screen the big questions and get them answered before they get to you.
And I do remember, I think the last time we met was right before COVID at a restaurant in Idaho Springs, and some evening that was good, just to have a chance to sit down with the members.
So that is certainly one thing that I think would help quite a bit, especially since there's, like I said, a fair number of new members on the Planning Commission who probably are still feeling out what's expected of a Planning Commission.
That's a good point.
That kind of asks another question for me, which is, I think one thing that we're improving now in general across the county is kind of onboarding for the various roles that we have, whether they're volunteer or otherwise. I would be curious, and you can think about it, you don't have to answer everything right now, but any ideas that you might have that would make a new commissioner's job easier, just in terms of understanding a bit about history, about what the role is and kind of like the key documents such as obviously the strategic plan, et cetera.
That's a really good question. I think what might be helpful, in order for all of us to kind of be starting at the same page, is maybe some of the months when we don't have any cases to go over, perhaps Fred and his team can perhaps have a training session that we could take place virtually or in person at the night one of the planning commission hearings to kind of go over what the comp plan is, the master plan, how it's used by staff, and the expectations of the planning commission, what we're intended to do, just a whole lot of different things. Because there's a lot of folks that I think maybe not be super familiar with a lot of the processes involved with planning and where we fit in, what the true role is. Because, you know, it gets complicated sometimes when we're making a recommendation versus making a decision. And, you know, what should we be doing to help you guys make the best decisions going forward?
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Same idea. Not just in a case by case basis, but in the general sense. One thing that comes to mind is, you know, when we think about things like open space, stuff like that, that could be valuable help along with, you know, economic analysis, both of those kinds of things. Like where would we, because we talked about that recently, where would we get the information we need to understand suitability of certain parcels? And the open spaces feedback, or not open spaces, but planning commission's feedback on, you know, the master plan, the vision as they understand it to date, especially if we have good interaction engagement between us, could be very helpful in doing that, I think.
I guess my other question is, 13 years is a long time, although you mentioned you only met 3 times last year. Sounds like you're still kind of enthusiastic and happy, because I mean, one of the reasons we have these meetings for reappointments is I think sometimes people feel a sense of obligation to keep doing it. And this is also sort of your chance to tap out if that's what you want to do.
I appreciate that. I actually had to do a little bit of soul searching to make sure that I really could commit the time to do it. My folks are aging, and this last year I spent quite a bit of time getting them into an assisted living facility and all that. And I just wanted to make sure that I didn't want to apply for something that I didn't think I'd be able to see out. So I thought a while, and I realized that, you know, it's settled down quite a bit, their living situation. They've got a decent place that they're staying in now. So I am able to make the commitment and keep going. I don't know that I would have the ability to be like on the Board of Adjustment at Jefferson County, because they have about 8 cases twice a month. And that's just a lot of site visits and everything to do. Whereas for whatever reason, there are just not that many cases lately that are coming to the Planning Commission here in Clear Creek.
Got it. Well, that's good to hear. And honestly, I don't think I have anything else.
Yeah, I think I'm good too. Thanks, Russ.
Well, that wasn't nearly as painful as I was expecting.
We normally don't make the decisions at these meetings because they're not action sessions, they're just discussions. And then you'll hear very shortly what our decision is on that. We'll do that at another meeting coming up and make a formal decision and appointment. And you'll know what the results of that are very quickly. So our next meeting's on the 19th, so you should probably pick it up after that. I imagine it'll be on consent agenda on the 19th.
Hope so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll show up there and oppose myself.
I think you can do that.
Spice things up a bit, you know.
Thanks.
All right. Well, have you guys a lovely rest of your day, and I appreciate you taking the time to interview me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Russ.
Thanks for coming in. Talk to you later.
Bye.
And with that, I believe we're done with our business for the day. We have no executive sessions today. Peter said we're off the hook there, so we are officially adjourned as of now.